4:55 in the morning. Beep, 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 beep. Bullshit. Could you imagine someone's just like always waiting around outside for you, but they're gonna watch you like scrape the skin off the bottom of your foot and they're gonna watch you get sick. They're just gonna watch you like fucking die. But they're like always around. Like a most useless guardian angel in the whole fucking world or something. Um, thanks so much, asshole. Did you overhear that? It's the 10th of February 2026. I just deleted a lot of footage. It's mostly just me trying to get my stuff together, so whatever. I can't sleep. Oh, how convenient and funny. There was like a loud sound at 4:20 in the morning. Again, like someone's favorite joke is like, God, they just need to go back to the 80s so bad. I haven't had cannabis for what? Months. Since October that I bought some. I haven't bought any since October. And I don't have any. Like, I would love some. I can't afford it right now. I'm too busy trying to get storage units and stay sheltered in a hotel and buy soap. Like, fuck you. Apparently now I have to worry about getting a homeless ID card. Fucking seriously stupid monsters. Yeah, that barking cough I said everybody had at the shelter. Like, I can't tell if I'm getting better or just going through it. Whatever the fuck it is. Again, they did like a panel. It said that I didn't have virus. So, my sister pointed out, yeah, okay, but that doesn't rule out other things. Here, it's not letting me zoom in. Yeah, it's green boogers. What do green and yellow usually means something is like pushing out of your body. Actively fighting some kind of infection or yeah, I'm definitely having an inflammation problem. This is a picture of my foot right now. It's like someone sewed on a different body part or something. The bottom of my foot is healing, but yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, at least that's like pretty. Yeah, I mean, constantly this right now. And then now they're going to launch an investigation and things are going to take time. But it's like so openly explained that I could have been housed still right now. I just needed rent assistance that I qualify for. It's not like somebody's weird idea that you're asking for money you don't deserve or something. Like, that's the entire point. That was the point of the building I lived in. That was the point of my situation. That was the point of everything. And then there's housing assistance and it helps you and you survive. Like, I'm not living rich. The most I get to spend money on is food stamps and like getting something nice to eat. What, like once a month? Because if you usually, yeah, it's totally fucked up my normal grocery routine. But like, um, if you, I would get like ramen, um, maybe olives or something. I like, or pineapple and spicy, sometimes cheese. But it was like ramen every single day, which I like ramen. It doesn't fuck with my stomach. I've explained this already. Um, but like, it's usually like ramen every day. And then I started getting protein shakes, and I know that I needed them because I felt like significantly stronger after I started drinking them. Um, I can't carry protein. Yeah, the glucerna apparently doesn't need to be refrigerated, but like I can't carry a 6 pack of glucerna around with me all the time. Um, which is a super pain in the ass. Uh, yeah, there's protein bars, but they're like not as nutritious, I think, as the drink. And you get like liquids out of, it adds to your hydration when it's a drink. Speaking of which, I want to get some ice and drink some actually right now. Uh, Fucking motorcycles. Oh yeah, that's just, I haven't even heard like any until what, yesterday. Fucking motorcycles. Do they have car horns on a motorcycle? I didn't ever think about that. Where the fuck are my glasses? And yeah, what? I have to make a joke about fuck ice because I'm gonna go get physical, you know, learn to differentiate in your brain. You know what I mean? Yeah, the mini fridge they gave me doesn't work either, so I like need to put ice in a bucket in the fridge to keep the stuff cold. Well, I asked for a different Keurig. I'm not gonna ask for a different mini fridge. Just like whatever. You seem like a giant bubble. So yeah, I'm gonna play this while.
Okay, turning now to a major update from the city of Portland today. Remember that unspent housing money that council has been arguing about lately? Well, now, according to a memo from the city administrator, an additional $60 million were found, meaning more than $100 million in unspent housing money has been discovered. So what is going on? Well, here's how it all shakes out. Nearly 21 million are in rental services funds. Those were announced in November, but the rest of these are new. Nearly 25 million in a housing investment fund, nearly 20 million in short-term rental fees, and 4 more funds that hold more than 62 million unspent dollars. Just your garden variety, $100 million. City Administrator Raymond Lee wrote in the memo that there are unique circumstances around this money, making him believe that this is an isolated incident, though Lee did recommend that the city hire someone to investigate how the Housing Bureau manages its money.
I don't know what I was trying to do. So yeah, back to what I was saying. I didn't have cough, and there wasn't gunk coming up out of my body before I got evicted. My foot wasn't fucked up like this. I mean, obviously the blister on the bottom of my foot, but the enormous amount of swelling. There was some kind of swelling that I have captured in the music video, not music videos, music I made. With Suno, that I had, like one of the songs says that all the joints are swollen on my right side, which is the side with like my fucked up foot that had surgery on my ankle. Um, but I think that was in like 2022, maybe. That I wrote the lyrics to that song, or what became the lyrics to that song. And that's not good. Two doses of RSO. I have it. I just have to find it. It's either like I Wanted Bernie or there's like two songs that kind of say some of the same stuff. This was November 9th of 2020. Um, um, yeah, they both talk about having to like deal with my fucked up tooth and two doses. Think I should go back to sleep again. Something healing like a cat. So it's Bad Omens. Yeah, all my joints are swollen on my right side, and that's not good. Written November 7th, 2020. So that's when that was. It is practically a musical of the 5 years I spent in isolation. If you put all of the songs together. Um, so yeah, and then fast forward to now, and I've got green snot, inflamed joints, a healing foot. Um, it is too bad you couldn't trust that people had like good intentions with your life. Um, this was interesting to learn earlier that there's like a symbolism to the light blue. Um, yeah, just random. That's there because of watching the Bad Bunny thing with on Hassan's stream earlier. I missed it if he read his tea leaves. Yeah, I fell asleep. I really need to like go back to sleep right now. Um, it's what helps you feel better, and yeah, it's fucked up to feel like even here at the hotel, somebody is like not letting me sleep. Yes, I'm very lucky that I have a hotel at all. Yeah, I know This is fucked up. And I do feel like there's a sense of you spend a lot of time talking about human rights. Well, it's like as if, did you think that would protect you or something? It's just the right thing to do, but it does feel extremely ironic. Like that you'd find yourself in a position where you feel so incredibly violated, and it's been going on for a while, and somehow your own, like you sat there and you cared about everybody's shit and no one cares about yours, I guess. Feeling there's no sense of reciprocity or like a community that could give a fuck or is gonna show up to like support you or knows that you exist or something. Like um it's been isolated or something is going on, and or this, is deliberately constructed in some way to keep some people over here and some people over there. Something where you didn't reach, right. Like if Hassan Piker became homeless, wouldn't, yeah, it just seems like that's not going to happen. That would never happen. And then he doesn't have 3 million people that if he asked them for $1, he'd have $3 million. Like, yeah, there was no community to ask for help from. Um, or like not even kind of. Um, I wasn't able to like build a following or, yeah, when I first got on Twitch, the first things that happened were people asking to see my boobs. I was like, I'm not that kind of channel. I put the um, labels up because I talk about everything. I talk about whatever the fuck comes up. But this isn't like a spicy channel or something. Um, right, it also has like labels for like violence or whatever, in case like I play a video game and people want to be dumb about it. Like the initial idea was to play video games and watch the news at the same time, and that was supposed to be like really fun. And then that didn't work out. And then it was like emo Miss Frizzle doing like the take ContraPoints behind the bastards, kind of like. I didn't start watching Hassan until later. He even just said like yesterday, somebody asked him to do more concentrated. He pretty much does a stream of consciousness. It doesn't seem like there's a real, like he has like some itinerary for stuff he wants to cover that day, but he'll just like talk about a topic till he's done talking about it and then move on to something else. It just like flows. Whereas like ContraPoints has like a very specific, and I don't know, they haven't done stuff for a while, right? Yeah, it's been 10 months since the last time they did a video. And then the take. I'm just not subscribed to my Anarchy thing. Was like a big influence. They just updated 2 days ago. What else? And like behind the bastards. More like political and anti-fascist, yeah. I didn't even know they existed until 2020. Should I take more medicine right now? I guess. Like, I want to get it cleared out of my fucking system before I have to leave and go outside again. Taking 2 of these is a little bit stronger than I had 600 milligram guaifenesin. It's an expectorant. And I would take 1. These are 400 each, so it's 800 milligrams. Maybe I should, like, I saw there was a package that sold it at 1,200. Maybe I should just go ahead and like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Take 3 and see if it knocks it out. I don't know. Yeah, the idea like, okay, but if you have to go sleep in the same shelter again, are you just gonna get sick again? You like stay permanently sick. I mean, yeah, part of me wants to scream that like you need to have like a separation of the people that are clearly like hacking up a lung all night and people that weren't sick. Because there's nowhere else to sleep. I'm supposed to go scream at the fucking mayor or something. mean, how much it feels like people fucking killed you on purpose. They don't want to hear you bitch about it. Yeah, the idea. I'm not saying they should be separated, like put in a but like, well, that feels, yeah, like you have to go over here now because you're sick. But you could at least be giving people face masks, or I don't know what. I had to sleep with a face mask on when I was in there. And I mean, it wasn't just the shelter. People were coughing everywhere that I went. At the library, just outside. People are coughing fucking everywhere. So, I mean, yeah, if somehow they had made me leave my apartment, but I hadn't had my apartment taken from me and I had just gone to the library, people were doing that same all over the place cough at the library. Um, nice. And yeah, it is just like a matter of fact. Um, it's not some judgment on people. It's not your fault if you got sick. But it's everywhere. um, ugh. No, this whatever the fuck is going on is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. What do I have to prove to somebody? They did this to you on purpose. Okay, and it starts maybe all the way back to the beginning of my life, but because there was like a mock eviction when I was a little kid. They came into my bedroom, put everything in garbage bags when I was like 6 or 7 years old. Okay. And then you found some of the stuff in the attic later. Um, like that's how fucking plotted out it seems like shit was. Um, and then getting sick at MHS. If I had not gotten pneumonia starting in 5th grade and I was on antibiotics, and then chronic bronchitis, and I had a heart murmur. So first, it was pneumonia, then I had a heart murmur. Chronic bronchitis was 11th grade. Um, the summer after high school, I went to San Francisco and I ended up in the ER. And then I was out for a week sick. Like I was in San Francisco for 3 weeks. One of the weeks I was just sick on my friend's couch. Um, uh, we had gone to this, like, it was a 16 and older club. So there wasn't supposed to be like alcohol and stuff or whatever, but there was like a guy. He said he was from Ukraine. I remember he had like a barbed wire tattoo around his arm. And like we kind of made out a little bit, but it was really fucking awkward because I was on my period. Um, so he was like trying to touch me or something, and like I had a pad on. So it was like really, I was an awkward teenager person who didn't have experiences. Like at the time, it was like, oh, crazy story, whatever. Um, and my the friend that brought me to this underage club thing, which yeah, I'm saying like it's even more awkward because it's supposed to be for 16-year-olds and stuff. But there was like a bed set up, like instead of chairs, they were beds with like red vinyl. And it was like it's straight up like a bed for you to like lounge on and make out on and stuff. It like completely creepy. Yeah, if I walked in there today, I'd walk right out. Like it's just creepy and clearly has like some purpose. And I mean, I was 18. I just graduated from high school, but like, yeah, I did not have like experiences like regular high school kids. I'm like a decade behind everybody. So anyway, my the friend had a cyst on their back and they couldn't walk. And then at the ER, they said I had mold in my throat, which is like disgusting. They gave me antibiotics. They had to pop the cyst that the friend had. And yeah, it used again, it was like, oh, big crazy story driving to the ER in the rain in San Francisco and stuff. And now it's just like so, it's like too depressing to be like, oh, big crazy story um, anymore. You know, it's just kind of like warped. Um, and that was antibiotics. And then in college, I think I had pneumonia once where we went to a patient's first in Harrisburg, me and my dad. And the guy at that patient's first, like an urgent care, said that I had a black mass in my lung and it must be scar tissue from having pneumonia before. There was never a follow up. There was never like my dad, who was supposed to have studied to be a doctor and just didn't graduate, never said anything. I mean, looking back on it, I mean, I don't know why his parent, like, I don't think they lied about this, like, doctor story. But, I mean, he never acted like a doctor or had, like, doctor. My sister is the one that, like, tries to pretend she's a doctor. And she does have a nursing license. I don't think she works anymore. I mean, it says online she graduated from a nursing thing. Um, So like, yeah, I would almost not believe that she actually got the nursing license, but because of things. But I think she did. She just doesn't use it anymore. Um, but she's the one that would be like, yeah, she tries to act like she's a doctor and knows more than she does. Sometimes she's helpful, but like oversteps a lot. Um, but you know, she's the one that acts like she has like medical background. My dad never. He was a tech guy, and he was supposed to have gone to Northwestern for like medicine. Just didn't graduate. Like he's got up to like the semester before. He said it was the semester before graduation, and his parents cut off the funding, and he couldn't finish school. Um, But he never talked like he was a doctor. He taught me what DOS mode was on the computer. Like, I used to play computer games a lot. I watched him build and stick stuff into motherboards and make his own computer. Like, he definitely was like a tech guy. But yeah, it never talked like a doctor. Um, or diagnosing you or anything. Um, and yeah, again, when we went to this patient, he took me to that patient's first clinic. And he was never like adamant about, we got to get her to like a real place to see what that is or anything. It's just a fact, you know. That's how that went down. And then I think I got pneumonia twice in college, like 2 different times. Because there was another time I was dating somebody, and the health center specifically told me it wasn't contagious. Otherwise, I would not have gone down for their birthday. But they said it wasn't contagious. I wore a face mask. Um, and there was like a whole thing with a cake and stuff. Um, and they did seem like upset that I had come down, even though I was sick. It wasn't like, oh, she loves me so much. This was so nice. It was like, you should have stayed home. Um, even though, again, the health center said I wasn't contagious or anything. I wasn't like, I slept on the couch, I think. Um, Whatever. But that's another time. So at least like a couple times in college. And then when I first moved to Portland, for like the first 3 years or something, I didn't get sick at all. I didn't get a cold. It was amazing to me. I did, and then I started getting sick again. Um, but it was definitely like 2 or 3 years I didn't get sick. Um, I had like a weird headache once or something. Like, was the worst um, thing I remember happening in that time, sick wise. Uh, and then I got I and then now I have medical history from this point, like from like 2014 to now. I have medical records, um, and it said like I had pneumonia a couple times or upper respiratory cough, you know, and then in 2018 it was they thought I had pneumonia. I went back to my apartment. Something like busted in my back. Um, I couldn't walk. Someone had to drive me to the hospital. We went to the ER. They said I had costochondritis. They either like the cartilage tore away from like something in my back, somewhere between the lung and stuff, or like I might have even coughed so hard I broke my rib, they said. And they couldn't see if I had like a hairline fracture or anything unless they did another x-ray. And I didn't go back for a follow-up x-ray. Um, but yeah, I had costochondritis and was in the ER in 2018. And that was like the end of 2018, October. So then 2019, I remember getting sick. I blamed it on the first job I had that year. People came down and were signing in with this pen. Um, and some woman deliberately went out of her way to be like, oh, yeah, I was sick. and like wanted to come down and talk to me, and she was sick. And I missed 3 days of work that I couldn't afford to miss. And yeah, I was upset because I felt like they got me sick on purpose. Um, and then the next job I had, um, I got concert tickets to see the Early November. And I had asked for to get off, but the last day of work before I was supposed to be off so I could go see the concert and stuff, because I work at night cleaning, that second job. Um, I felt like it was like getting, yeah, sometimes I would get cramps so bad I couldn't walk, or if I tried to like stand and move, I felt like I was going to throw up. That largely subsided in the 5 years I've been in my apartment, by the way. But so I thought I was getting my period, and it was just really, really bad, and like I couldn't like move, and I felt really sick. Um, I had to ask to go home early. I missed the concert. Like I was sick all weekend. Um, and I didn't get my period till like 10 days later. So it wasn't my period. Something made my like stomach cramp up, and I got really sick. Um, they had a moldy closet in the basement, and I was telling the guy I didn't want to fucking go down there. Um, and he like pretty much like made me, opens the door, this gust of disgusting air comes out, and I was sick all weekend from that too. Um, so yeah, there was something like, and I, that's why it was important that I like called OSHA when that job ended, because there was mold on the ceiling at that building. Um, because I mean, like the building literally made me sick. And that ended February 7th of 2020. So like that's pretty much like the whole medical history. And then you bring in this COVID shit, and you pretty much say like even the vaccine could kill you. And then I was inside for 5 years. I remember feeling like I had a cold maybe twice. Mostly I felt like kind of like awful a lot of days, but not like a cold, like stress. Like people, they were polluting my room with something noxious. Um, yeah, I felt like sick in a different way than getting a cold. But the cramping subsided a lot that I would have with my period is like the one weird good thing that happened. I quit smoking because I couldn't go outside. I quit drinking, even though drinking was never like a thing for me. I did it with friends. Um, but I haven't drank since 2020. I bought some like pineapple cider, drank it alone in my room, and it was so depressing. Like I just didn't care. And it makes me feel sick. Like cannabis is medicine. Cannabis heals my body. Drinking doesn't do that for me. And, smoking didn't either. It was kind of like a placebo, just getting through moment to moment. And now that I quit, I just like don't have the money and I don't care. Um, Sometimes like I'd watch a movie and kind of miss smoking if they're smoking in the movie. But like what I miss are my friends. I miss like having a coffee and a cigarette and a chat with my friend. Um, I don't really care. Yeah, and if I could just only have cannabis the rest of my life in whatever form, it doesn't have to be smoking it. I'd rather have that medicine than anything anyway. And I'm a licensed bud tender, etc., etc. But yeah, now I'm on naproxen, which like I clearly need some kind of anti-inflammatory thing, and which cannabis is also anti-inflammatory genius. And with the mucus relief expectorant stuff. Um, yeah, and I got my ginger. So that helps. Um, and so, yeah, again, these are like my files for my life. They're important for me to keep track of my own shit. I think it's really suspicious if somebody was like, no, stop doing that. Stop remembering everything and keeping track. Stop it. Let your life be a knotted necklace that you can't untangle to get a straight story out of it and be really confusing and stupid. Come on. Like, oh my God, get the fuck away from me. Like, no, there's a very clear, like, chronology here. Um, yeah, you might as well just tell the world that you hurt me somehow, because, like, that's the only person that's gonna not want you to remember stuff. Um, so, yeah. And I just had a glucerna, which is like 15 grams of protein. And yeah, maybe I should get the underwear done right now because it needs to dry. I just have like a little bag of underwear that I need to wash out. Um, and then I have to, yeah, again, it's in the same position. Like I got another night at the hotel. I could potentially get one more if I pay for the night, and my sister does the authorization for this hold thing that she gets back. But yeah, my foot is swollen. I need to put stuff somewhere. Apparently I can't have it with me except for like a bag and a book bag. Like I had 2 roller bags and a book bag. Um so you have to squeeze your life into that. And yeah, I guess I need to get like a homeless ID. Which, yeah, part of me is like, when I showed up at TPI that first day, why? And I told you I was homeless and evicted, and you just sent me to Catholic Charities for legal assistance. You didn't sign me up for a homeless ID. You didn't sign me up for a shelter bed referral. You didn't give me underwear. Like, I mean, it's just that one lady, I guess. But, that does feel like a really bad omen. Is the laundry list of stuff that place is supposed to help you out with. And it was the only place I could get to because I couldn't walk and my Max Pass wasn't working. Like, I mean, they should have helped me that first day. Like, that first, I don't understand. Yeah, just go back again. Yeah, am I going to get the same lady again? Because that's not good. I'm incredibly deranged. Yeah, it's upsetting. Well, I mean, and they run like 7 different shelter systems or something. Like, you really don't want to feel like they don't like you. Yeah, I am already like wary of people. I don't know. Somebody had to have friends on friends for this to go on for 5 years. And they just like straight up like let people fuck with me for 5 years. There is a person walking and yelling, and then there's a white truck, the only truck on the whole street. The bridge is red. She's just screaming her fucking face off. Whatever, right? It's all misty and stuff. There is like clearly a fire or something. It's either a fire or an emergency light flickering in the distance. Yeah. I think it must be an emergency light. It's like reflecting off of the road sign. Another dude just walking around. He seems to be minding his own business. Uh, Fuck ever. Fuck 1955. Right, the idea of being stuck outside is not appealing. No. It's cold. People around all the time. You don't know who's like been psycho towards you in the first place. You know, like I was in my apartment and it felt like surrounded by fucked up shit all the time that I couldn't see. Um, yeah, that went from the fire department, since you heard a little noise. It's like fire department and police and like who knows who works for who. And yeah, again, there was this person in 2019 that said some shit to me, random shit, about after 5 years, it's like you're a virgin again. And you just happen to have been stuck inside for 5 years and then they threw you outside. It feels like a rape threat. Like, and that person, they fell off the face of the earth 5 years ago. They don't update their social media. We don't talk. It's like they don't even exist. No idea. What the fuck? The idea that you'd have like a deliberately fake social media account just to like, but it's not fake, it's like actually them. I mean, there was like a weird effort to get everybody to get off the internet, I think. I've talked about that before. I mean, it's part of why I like watching Hassan every day. That is how it should have been. You have your face and your name and your ideas, and you have a right to share them and to participate in art, culture, science, society. Even if like he's not stuck in his home, but he might as well have been. He spends 7 to 10 hours a day doing the same thing I would do, like analyzing news and trying to put things together. I mean, he doesn't have theories as much as I do, but he analyzes stuff. Like, yeah, it was like having a friend to watch the news with. Um, and he can live out loud. And there's no reason why everybody shouldn't have been able to do that. You know, it makes me want to say like Biden should have passed internet for all. He said that he would and he didn't. Like it was part of something. Remember, yeah, he showed you bridges crumbling and said that we needed an infrastructure bill, and then he like took off and evaporated. Like, I mean, I did want Bernie Sanders anyway, you know what I mean? Like, he should have been president twice already. And then you'd have housing, healthcare, education, and food, because that was part of his platform. I mean, if he did what he said he was going to do. I have to poop, so um well, yep, I have to poop. Let me these are kind of long for right now. I want to put it Well, yeah, it does feel like a little too early. Like you should wait till like 7 to, I don't know. I don't think it's like super loud. When I was in the hallway, I didn't hear anything. Um, yeah, maybe I could just play it with, but then I can't hear it. Yeah, I'm just like not in my own home. Um, I don't know. I at least want to put it on something relevant. I'll be back. Oh, true. I can do this. uh, Thinking along the lines of like, well, yeah, again, you dedicated your life to anything the news was talking about, and a lot of that was homelessness, and now they made you homeless. Like you've been made homeless. Period. Like there was not. It felt like there was a whole bunch of people. It wasn't just like my property manager and the neighbor. There was a ton of people that seemed involved in whatever the fuck was happening to me. Like they could have snapped their fingers and this could have not happened. They were well aware. It's more than terrifying because I don't know what they plan to happen to me because it's like whatever is going on is planned. Right? It's like I want to say in a like a story where you imagine a character, someone approaches them, they say, "Hey, uh, this girl, we kind of want someone to fuck with her. We'll give you a bunch of money if you we'll solve all your financial woes if you like do whatever to this person." But the whole thing is a trap because you're not supposed to do fucked up shit to people. And and then they once they get the actual target is the person they're trying to set up to fuck with the other person. The bait. You have the bait and the target. And when the target completes what they thought was like what they had to do to get money, they move on to another one. Like, so I mean, you're kind of an asshole and an idiot for taking the bait in a way, like I would not take money to fuck with somebody. So I also feel like really comfortable in my I mean, I know what I would do, you know, say go fuck yourself, but My foot looks like a monster. It's really not a good sign. Um, um, I am losing focus. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that opens at 9 a.m. What should I look up? I mean, jobs for disabled, unhoused people? PDX disability employment. Why was Relay Resources I don't know that I could do janitorial work right now. Like, I need, like, physical therapy. Man, I wish I had learned IT stuff. Yeah, I just It looks like that's all there is. Janitorial MIT. I don't do numbers and calculations. I'm really bad at it. Like, as a cashier, I need to do whatever the cash register said, and that's about it. People would make fun of me because they would, like, deliberately try to give you something after the transaction is over to get, like, change. And, like, I can't calculate that in my head, and I don't want to fuck up the cash register. So I needed at least a calculator, and yeah, it was a joke, I guess. These pay more money than I've ever made in my life. Yeah. Document services supervisor. I don't know what I'm capable of doing. It's not like you can try it on. I have no idea what that means. The idea you'd suddenly be a supervisor sounds crazy. And it didn't even open what. Wow, that's really stupid. Did it just open the same fucking thing? Yeah, it did. Yeah, here's another good example. Like, I normally work at night. Where am I supposed to sleep? Walk and stand for long periods of time. I mean, it's like automatically no. Not right now. Yeah, I'm really fucking scared. Like, this world doesn't make any sense. It's just painful on purpose. I've had to do shit other people have never had to do my whole life. I've been scrubbing toilets since I was 10 years old. I learned how to be a janitor when I was 10 years old. That was the standard that we cleaned the student home. We lived by a merit system. It wasn't just like, oh, little kid, do your chores, get a snack. You had to like pick up furniture. There would be little pieces of paper they would hide under the furniture. They would talk about doing white glove tests. I think they did it like twice, but like there was detail cleaning on Saturdays. You didn't wake up and watch cartoons. I mean, this has been like my entire life. If you wanted to tell me, even though I'm a humanist, that like this earth is a hell, I am so tempted to believe you. But that human beings are deliberately constructing stuff to make it like a hell. Yeah, for real. Right, would you just let us hurt you and put up with it? Maybe we'll be nice later about it. I don't I don't think you can see it very well, but can you see how fucking like use the phone? Might as well. A nice picture. Kind of looks like it's going down a little bit until you like turn it to the side, and then it's like totally fucked on the side. Yeah. I'm gonna try to put Tiger Balm on it. It's generic Tiger Balm. It's like significantly cheaper than. I do think I prefer the like real stuff, but it's okay. At least there was something. I'm mad because yeah, I had an entire new one. I don't know how it didn't get into the. I don't. Well, yeah. It's like, is it full of fluid? Is it? It's tender. Yeah, I don't want to push on it. But it's not like sharp, spiky pain. It's like sore. Well, I think sharp, spiky pain probably is worse than. See, yeah, that feeling is worse. If I rub my hand down, like this way down my foot, it's like spiky pain. Like stuff is broken inside or something. I mean, when it comes to being waterproof, unfortunately, those boots were still the best option for the stuff that I have. Is like the one of the fucked up things. Like, well, the friend that helped me move my stuff was like, "What about these boots?" And like those were broken on the bottom. They would have let water in, and then you'd have a whole other problem. Um, just like, wow, I'm having trouble with this. Okay. Um, yep. 'Do I want to eat something out of stress? Yeah, but like, well, I mean, you're not going to have the same amount of food. It's like going to waver a lot. There's no consistency. So it just means that if you eat hearty now, you're going to be hungry. Yeah, I also did just manage to like clear my stomach out. Apparently, blackberries really do the trick. And I think it's the glucerna too. Like something between the two of them gets everything out of my system. But I used to audit and inspect warehouses. It seems a little outside of my realm. What am I looking for? Like water on the floor? You might have to lift stuff. It says you'd almost always be sitting. Right, you don't have any quality assurance supply chain operation experience at all. Training sessions. See, it's like the airport. Right, this is another supervisor thing. Which I just feel like is a step up from what you would have expected to be doing. In a way that doesn't really make sense. Like, I haven't worked for 5 years. Now I'm going to be somebody's boss. Right. What happened to writing a book? Right. I mean, being terrorized every day didn't help, Really couldn't care less how that affected me every fucking day, or it was on purpose so that you couldn't get that kind of work done. That's part of even why, like, these are my essays, the streaming thing. Because I can talk different than, like, when I have to write. Yeah, like, everything I say is a rough draft. Somebody's like, they wish I wasn't such a genius. I wish you weren't fucking with me. Like, Whatever I'm looking for, I don't think I'm going to find it here. This is the same list of stuff, yeah. It's too bad there's not more of somebody doing the kind of same thing. Disability Rights Oregon has told me multiple times that they can't help me. A resident services coordinator, oh my god. In Milwaukee. You know, you just make sure people stay housed. No big deal. Looks like this already passed. Open positions, lawyers. It's a intake advocate. Oh, great. They want multiple references. This life is a stupid nightmare. I'm absolutely terrified right now. I have like today, I have to get my stuff somewhere. I feel like I've tapped resources. Like there's no one to ask for help left. They helped and there's no more. Not right now. And it feels kind of shitty because like I feel like a burden. I've explained it myself. It's almost like that's kind of the point, to make you have to go through everybody you've ever known or not know even and ask for help until they have nothing, and then you're really fucked and no one can help you. It didn't. It's about, yeah, making anybody that could have helped you, draining them, and then they can't help anymore. And then, yeah, you're even more trapped. I really don't believe there's any point in leaving. It just makes other people say that you ran away. And they wanted, for 5 years, if somebody was yelling outside my fucking window, like, get out, go home. How much more obvious could that be? another sci-fi story where someone, it's kind of like a Star Trek episode. They come down to investigate a new society to, yeah, just figure stuff out about them. Um, and they speak in song lyrics, and they keep thinking there's like this big, deeper meaning to like the song lyrics and stuff. And eventually they figure out they just think it's funny. Like they have nothing else to say. It's about just latching on to like a familiar noise. There's no like grander, because if you had introduced different songs into their lives, then they would have like, it's like it would expand their dictionary. It would, they'd have like totally different things that they could say because they had learned different songs. But they only learned these songs. And then they like, yeah, something about mimicking them. Um, the way like earworms work. It's not a literal worm, it's just like a song gets stuck in your head. It riffs off of a melody, but it takes like decades to realize that there wasn't really anything deeper about it. It was like, yeah, let's say they took some kids and they only learned Wheel on the Bus Go Round and Round. And that's the only song they ever learned. And then when they spoke in fragments of that song. It's just like all that they ever knew. And then that's all, the only button they had to push to say anything. Like, you give them 5 songs, they'll swirl around those 5 songs. And it just seemed more complicated because these people knew like thousands of songs. And they liked it when someone else recognized like a song that they knew. They just felt less lonely because you knew the same song. And they had made a joke that's almost like out of context. It wasn't really in response to you. It wasn't really about your situation. They just wanted to go for the joke. And they felt less lonely because if you recognize the song too. Yeah, that somebody's like so impressed when a younger person knows the same music as them for some reason. They're like, well, yeah, if you're like a big fan and they like the same thing you like, and it makes you less lonely. Like how excited I would be if years from now people liked My Chemical Romance and they were playing like, or The Used, or or Bright Eyes. Yeah, and they were playing, yeah, Modest Mouse. Um, Playing their music, and you'd feel less lonely, and like this is cool and connective. What else would you feel maybe? But, well, yeah, I guess it would be validating that people liked the same things you liked, even if they didn't even hear the music the same way you did, necessarily. Um, what else? Yeah, validation, belonging, connection. I mean, they're like good, positive, useful, important feelings. But it's like that thing about laughing at a joke. Um, and we've been talking about this since high school, that it's like a psychological study about people laughing just to validate the person. It just like more of the time it wasn't because you were so funny. They laughed because they liked them and they wanted to be liked by them. Um, it wasn't because it was actually even that good of a joke. Um, yeah, like nervous laughing, but I guess, but close. Yeah, to that. Closer to laughing out of pandering than to because you thought they were so hilarious. And that, it's just a normal human thing people do. It's not like you do it subconsciously. But yeah, like I liked your jokes because I like you. I didn't even think about it that deep about whether you were even really that funny or whatever. But yeah, so like a sci-fi story, the people who speak in song lyrics. And I guess the point is just that eventually, after lots of study, and it's just, they were just lonely. They knew this one song. It meant nothing. Like, sure, maybe they go back to their home planet and they realize that even though it's not in song lyrics, when people just say words regularly, it's like they're hitting a button. It's not as meaningful as, like, often, a lot of the time, it's not as meaningful and deep because they don't have the same relationship to language. It's like they just hit a series of buttons that kind of mean something. They don't even mean what they're saying, or so, something like that. My ears are congested and I feel a little nauseous. I want to eat something for the nausea. I'm scared. I feel like I need to go to a doctor. Max. Right, there's all of these white vehicles still. There's just a coincidence, I guess. Yeah, now I can't like see them. somebody around. Well, it's like I have like enough money for one night here and 1 month at a storage unit, and then I won't have any money. I don't think that that's like the best idea. I don't get the idea. I need to get like a homeless ID. Didn't really realize that. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I like really have to do that or not. Um, I mean, I have an ID. Yeah. I don't know how much this is like. Yeah, it like fucks up your entire life. They really shouldn't be able to just like throw you out of an apartment, especially if they like planned to. Which I do feel like there was some level of like you deliberately didn't tell me when they were supposed to show up. I never got a date that said they were going to come on that date. Period. Like, there was no way to prepare. And the couple days before, I mean, I have the emails. They were talking about helping me get assistance to like stay there. I might as well, yeah, you better just put it into this thing so that you can. Um, the Islamic potential rent assistance. Seeking help. Can you provide us with documents? You need to ask, you'll need them to reach out to us. Have them contact us. And then her saying that it got past a judgment and now she can't help me the way that, and she never, I mean, the way that this person dropped the ball on my face, like, what the fuck? Because, I mean, apparently you could have been sponsoring me for stuff the whole time. It was your job to help me find rent assistance. That is the whole point of their position. I have to say that a million fucking times. And then just conveniently couldn't help me. Again, though, no mention of like a date or. Yeah, they were giving me hope that I could still get assistance. She was trying to force me to meet with her in her office and didn't care about my disability. I say it. We've been over this a bunch of times. I understand you're unable to meet in person. I've never had to sign an ROI before to get help. And then I did sign an ROI, and now she's saying that it was like not for her. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on everything. And then it still says I can send you resources. Like that the idea that they'd still be helping me stay housed. No mention of a date, no mention of anything. It sure as fuck seems like they're housed and I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, who's the victim in the situation? This is empty. No, I'm more than upset. I'm living in limbo. It's like it even creates like even more of a distortion because right now I have groceries and a place to sleep tonight. If I can get help, maybe you have a place to sleep tomorrow. Maybe you have a place to sleep the next night. You have no fucking idea if somebody's gonna like pop up and be like, oh, I can help you or not. Yeah, there's when it gets to be nice outside, that there could potentially be such a different routine here, like where you're not worried about getting sick because you got soaked and it's cold and stuff. I don't know how much I should be trying to like learn a routine of like and get kind of like trapped in a cycle and just focus on getting an apartment. That's a worked sci-fi. The dialogue is like, you've ended up in a prison. It's like an alternative prison that wasn't meant for you. You shouldn't be here. Like they didn't want you to be in this situation. Like in the sense of like the people they're trying to like slowly spiral out. You weren't one of them, and they didn't want you to notice that they were doing this. I think I've said it, but yeah, you can't turn a city into a recycling center. I mean, what else would show you? Yeah, there's a problem with economic relativity. You see a bed that somebody for free can go to and lie down in, whether or not they're safe, whether or not someone takes all their stuff, whether or not they get sick, whether or not it has any sense of privacy, whether or not they get woken up so much they can't sleep anyway. Um, like, sure, it's a bed, but what's around the bed? You know, why is there multiple older women, 50, 60, 70 years old, talking to themselves, pacing back and forth? Um, it's like, oh, she's fine, she's fine. When was the last time she had like a really good night's sleep? She's sleeping at the shelter. I can barely sleep here. And I mean, no wonder she's talking to herself. Like, has she been doing this for 10 years? You don't know her story. You're completely making stuff up based on other stories you've heard. But, like, has anybody tried to rehouse her? Get her on some kind of like assistance program? Is it like a sense she wanted her freedom? This felt more like freedom to her? Or no, she would have loved to have been in her own apartment. Yeah, I do. Some people, like, they might burn the house down. They don't want them in an apartment. Yeah, but then those people live in like a nursing home. And at least they have like a private bathroom. Right? Maybe not all. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in certain places either. They, it depends on a situation. I was thinking of a nursing home where you have like an apartment. There's just like an on-call doctor all the time. And it's like a little small, pretty much, yeah, like a room with a toilet. The idea that money always still makes all the difference. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, that's a nightmare. That it was some kind of like inevitable. You get to a certain age and they put everybody in like a nursing home situation. The prison is the same thing. The nursing home is the same thing. The shelter is the same thing. If only you could just stay on a college campus the rest of your life and live in a dorm. At least like you could get a single and like go to classes and but there's going to be some structure of society that's like they make you live this way. They're making you live this way like your whole life. Yeah, you know, and then what is it? Like, oh, well now, I mean, how much more open are you to what? Your like weird idea of like matchmaking? Right, like you're supposed to have a husband and have a baby and be monitored in your own home, actually, in a sense. That you're like doing what someone else wants you to do. Yeah, literally just like my parents, just like my grandmother. Hello. I don't know why it takes so long to put these pieces together of like, what the fuck? But, um, what is it going to do to talk to my sister about it? Just to have her confirm? And you didn't notice this too? They had her get married when she was 19 years old. They had her. Right. Well, I mean, I have no idea how she met her husband. They came walking out of a baseball game holding hands. My gram was upset because she thought my sister was missing. Um, so I remember Graham being really tense. And then she finally comes walking out holding this guy's hand. And they got married like a few months later. And then Graham died. Um, yeah, my sister was 19. And what, my gram had a baby. Her first baby was taken from her and given to an aunt. My mom never raised my sister. My sister's like 12 years older than me. And my mom had me for like 1 year or something before I was taken away and given to my gram. Graham died. I went to foster care. Then my dad got custody. And we had a therapist that came to the house. The therapist said it was like I was the adult and he was the child, and tried to like create structure in the home. And yeah, and then I went to Milton Hershey School instead. Everything was always like there was therapists and caseworker people. Stuff was monitored, and yet people deciding who got to take care of who. It's been the whole time, everything. Yeah, I think people could just go suck a big fat dick. Yeah, it's funny to say. Real outlet to feelings. And I really would rather be in love with someone and be having a family, even if we don't have kids. Just like I would rather be living with somebody I was in love with and having like a home instead of any other alternative. Like, yeah, even by myself for the rest of my life. I mean, at least I can control that different. But I mean, I did want to have a partner person. It's like you just can't force that. So, yeah, the next best thing is just to be alone. But other alternative situations that I can think of, like, I don't want that. You're fucked up. That's fucked up. Somebody who thinks that they have more independence. What exactly? Do you own land or something? There's got to be some point of privilege you're not acknowledging that lets you be more independent. You had a trust fund. You own land. You inherited a house. There's got to be something that's like, well, no shit, Sherlock. That's why your life is going to be super different. It's not like, oh, this girl just couldn't. Yeah, I think so. We want to take up more of your life, making you watch horrible things happen and then not change it at all. Can't fix any of it. But you're not spending it cultivating a relationship or friends or even like a political party. Like you're not doing anything. You're just we're gonna act like this was like some call from God, right? I mean, that's how other people would talk about things. I am a humanist. It is discrimination if you're trying to like Yeah, how the fuck would you know what God would do or want anyway? Why are you facilitating this? There's good reason to be an atheist. Well, I mean, that was like the language growing up. That things are like God's plan in God's hands, give it up to God. It was like an encouraged, or I've said this before, like if I had just believed the way I was taught to as a kid, you'd probably have thought that like COVID just kills you because God said so. And like you just do whatever because God picks when you die. Um, and, no understanding of science really on that level. And the absolute avoidability of certain like disasters. Yeah, let's stick her in a fucking shelter and see if she gets sick. Of course she got sick, you fucking idiot. And I mean, it wouldn't have to have been you could have said stick her in a dorm, in a fancy, expensive college dorm. Of course she was gonna get sick. She's been isolated for 5 years. Yet send her to the fucking library. Of course she's going to get sick. You didn't give a fuck. Yeah, and I'm angry because I am terrified that's just the tip of the iceberg, and I was lucky that I could stay in a hotel room. Yet like they just had you like dip a toe in the water and see how bad it would be. Is there straight up mold in this? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I think there might be. Please just be like a weird bubble. I can't see inside. I think it's just a weird bubble. Yeah, it's fine. God damn it. People didn't want you to be here because they didn't want to feel guilty about it. That's what it was. Like, they don't want to be blamed. It's not because you did something wrong. It's not because you suck. It's not some, like, genuine reason. They just didn't want the liability. Well, for a minute there, it made it like the how should I put it? Like angle to it was like you're just like old to somebody and they want to replace you because you're like old and boring to them. And again, I'm not ageist. I was raised by my grandmother. I don't immediately associate old and boring. But there was a sense of deliberately trying to make you feel that way. Yeah, it's vampire shit. That there's a community of people that in order to feel young, they fuck with young people. You know, it's like if they can make you seem dumb, boring, old, they feel like, well, we got one up on that young person. So we must really still be so with it or something. I don't know. Yeah, like fuck you, millennial could be coming down on your head from like 4 different generations of people. There's 2 glyphs are not. I think it was really helpful to drink that. It made me feel better. So I kind of want some more. The idea that other people thought they were on a team, I don't know what. I've said repeatedly, I'm like on team humanity. I don't do teams. I don't like competition. I feel like I got better shit to do with my life than worry about if I win something for the sake of an ego. And you're like out here worried about winning some shit. I don't even understand what the fucking parameters are. And yeah, shit drove me crazy. Like, Yeah, that you must have represented something to people that you don't even think of yourself as. That somebody sits so comfortably somewhere else and they dictate the story of your life for their own agenda. Mm-hmm. This like stranger than fiction narrator shit. Doesn't it feel like everything just, yeah, it's disappeared? Fell off the face of the earth. Mm-hmm. It happens to have this woman in it. I've also followed Maggie Gyllenhaal around like my whole life, pretty much as a not follow. You know what I mean? Like I like her movies. She's a recurring character. Queen Latifah was the ambassador for the school for a year. I don't know how much somebody literally decided to like fuck around. Mm. Well, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Someone could get all worked up about the specific people that ever got connected to the school that I went to. That was for poor kids. That was for poor kids. That was for poor kids. Um, I mean, just being an American, are you not like weirdly connected then? I mean, being a person on Earth, in a sense. Like, I don't know famous Bollywood people by name, but surely they have their own like infrastructure of famous celebrity people also. And the idea that someone's gonna like rip your life apart because they thought you were part of something that just like happens to be in your country. Mm-hmm. Film is an international thing, yeah. So is journalism and human rights, yeah. I mean, what story is worth watching again that doesn't have something to do with like a human rights concept? I'm freaking out. Yep, freaking out. Um, mm, yeah, it feels like somebody's test subject. Yeah, it's been like feeling like that for a minute. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't know who. Ugh. I want to lay down, and I don't know what to wear today. I feel like I need to prepare myself. I need to get a storage unit, and I have to go there, and I have to give them money, and I have to put stuff in a storage unit. And my foot is fucked up, and I'm slow, and I'm terrified. Um, Yet the word you want is variables. There's so many variables. Yeah, I wish my dad wasn't dead. Not that he was like, oh, I would just call my dad and he'll have answers for me. It just feels like there was an intelligence there that he didn't even fully like express. He knew some shit. Same with like my gram, I wish she wasn't dead either. They knew some shit. They needed to be able to say the stuff that they knew and they didn't. And I just, it would be better if they were alive and speaking for themselves. And that would put some puzzle pieces into place. Ugh. Yeah, stuff I can't know. I know they knew stuff I can't know. And they needed to speak for themselves. And now they can't. And it is less people. I wasn't old enough to call my grandmother for help. But there were times when I needed to call my dad for help. Like the battery on my car died. I remember, yeah, they helped me get that fixed. Like, whether or not they had something to do with my car being fucked up, I don't know, was the thing. Because I left it with them when I went to the Czech Republic. And yeah, I sold that car to move to Portland. Um, which was also really stupid. I should have kept it and found a way to fix it. It needed tires and stuff. But when I went to the Czech Republic, I came back and the rotors weren't working or something, so it would like shake. And I had to get it fixed twice. And I'm just like, what the fuck what's with the car? Like, well, I mean, I can't keep, oh, here was this nice thing. It was so good that you were there for me. And like, let's just forget other stuff that like seems really off. But yeah, it's like the whole picture. Yeah, this was kind of weird, but thank you. This was kind of weird, but thank you. And I mean, it would be nice to have somebody to call for help that could even like have a conversation for 5 seconds at all. I mean, it was difficult to talk to them, but yeah, I think they would understand the systematic fuckery and have things to say about it. That's kind of what they would talk about. Um, being disability assistance and food stamps and like some system of shit. Like they had words for that. Um, I don't know. It would be nice to. I don't think my sister really analyzes her own life that way. Or she's just like hinted at it. I think she knows it's weird that Graham had her first baby taken from her. But she's never said like something to the effect of our family's been trapped by something for our whole lives or anything. Like, that the mental health industry somehow like took over our family, or she's never said that. Yeah. No, I love science. Is also its own like, what the fuck are you guys doing? I totally believe in science. I also know people can fuck stuff up. I'm really, really scared. What if I pick the wrong storage place? What if they steal all my stuff? What if they have no intention of helping me? Like, you got to pick the right one. I don't feel, yeah, it feels like getting evicted again. And then the idea I need to like do what, 3 things today is too much. I don't know what I'm supposed to do to make money. You won't give me assistance programs. What am I supposed to do? I have to make money somehow. I should have just been able to get assistance programs and lived the way I've been living, which like is not something people would choose. It was not like some kind of fucking vacation. It was really difficult. But there was a consistency. I had a bed to sleep in. I had a toilet to go to the bathroom in. No, I shouldn't have just shut up and let genocides happen and act like that wasn't obvious. What didn't I shut up about? COVID looks real weird. COVID in relation to the police brutality protest looks real weird. COVID police brutality protest missing dissidents looks real fucking weird. Yet say it again for all of fucking time. That's what they wanted you to shut up about? How much of stuff just felt like, I mean, they were trying to like make people be complicit with genocide. And then the next step is to say, you're all complicit with genocide. Fuck you. It's like beyond like obvious to me. And I was never complicit. Yeah, where's that? You look at things into the future, tomorrow's. You know, it's 2026 now. This is 100 years from now. Every year for the next 100 years. I feel like at some point in here, there's going to be a genocide tribunal or whatever the word is. And yes, when they're like finally ready to talk about COVID again, it's either going to be a trial of some kind of genocide mass death event thing, or they're going to do it again. And yeah, whatever the fuck you want to say 1918 was and 2020 was, if you can't be smart enough to realize at least sometime in the future it's going to be on purpose, give me a break. Like, if you're not going to like admit something about 1918 or 2020, which are the only times the whole world shut down. It was a pandemic. And then I'm just like going to carry around this. Do you want to call it a belief? It was a mass death event. And if people knew about it ahead of time, that means it was planned. I had a nurse look me dead in the face around 2002, when I was 12 years old in middle school, and say something about vaccines in 2020. And yeah, that's all the information I have. I don't remember the rest of the fucking conversation. I just remember that specific moment. And they looked me like so dead in the face that like I remember them looking at me like that. And then in 2010, someone broke up with me and said they didn't see me there in 10 years. Like, in their life, I thought, is what they meant. And 10 years later would be 2020. Again, it's just a memory. But that happened. And that's why I say, if someone knew anything, that shit was planned. I mean, the idea, well, what did they know? It's just like with the Mayan calendar, when they used to say like 2012 was the end of the world because of the Mayan calendar, and everybody got some vague notion. Yeah, but no one ever said 2020 was going to be some shit. That's some esoteric thing. That's only some people knew thing. Everybody talked about 2012 like it was a joke or something. I mean, and so explicitly said in middle school again, a history class, that every generation thinks it's the end of the world. So what they get a bunch of people to think it's going to be over. And then how much you're left like socially drowned because you thought it was the end of the world. You spent your money different. You thought you were going to die. Yet you made a will that you don't even like have money to make the will make sense. Like, and then the world does not end. You don't die. It put you in a stress position. And again, like they could just do it again. unless, yeah, enough people are wise to it. Or I'm worried that there's a lot of people who straight up watched people die and they feel a sense of guilt and they don't want to admit it, from the pandemic. The and that's why they're not going to speak up. They feel complicit already, and it would like doom them in their mind. So you just want to like, you know, you would be the good guy that finally said something. Like, beg people to fucking say something. Because, yeah, maybe they're just too scared. And they feel like if everyone forgets this happened, they could just maybe keep living their life. Oh, well, the people that felt, yeah, that stupid K shape thing, K shaped economy. So, like, sorry you guys went down, but we kept going up. And it makes us feel bad if we say that this was all some planned population control method or something. So we're not going to help you back up. Yeah. And now that I'm homeless, how much more it feels like you're one of the people they're pushing down. And you will, yeah, lose everything more and more and more until like they expected you to commit suicide. And again, if I am found dead, I was murdered. Whether there's people that aren't complicit to like fucking investigate it or not, maybe 100 years from now, someone will care. Because they are going to be born outside of your circle of dumb shit. There's no, yeah, I mean, I hope they can't have like a cult that just controls everybody's life forever. Eventually, people will be born that aren't in that cult, and there'll be more and more of them until the cult stops. But people living longer, yeah, the idea you'd expect the people in charge right now could live to be 120 potentially. Potentially, if they have the best of everything, they get. Yeah, again, you can have 3D printed organs now. You don't have to worry about people stealing organs like you used to, I guess. But, it's some sense of like almost like everything but the brain could be replaced. You can't replace your brain. But yeah, if they're in control now, they could have control for the next 30, 40 years. And then I'm already in pain and have some kind of health issue, and I'm 36. Am I going to last 30, 40 years to just. Yeah, again, it's not commentary on their politics. It's just the image of like Queen Elizabeth living to be 100 and something. And then her son is like 70 when he takes over. And again, it's not about the politics or how much it's just for show. They don't really have power or whatever, whether you like them or you don't like them. It's just you have this one person that ruled in some capacity, some concept, until they were over 100 years old. And then the next generation following up is like 70. And it was like 2 weeks or something of stuff. And then it's like they fell off the face of the earth. And you just think about that like on a global. Yeah, some people in charge living to be super long, and they were in charge for a really long time. The next generation only gets a couple years out of it. Whatever the fuck you're supposed to inherit. I'm just talking about patterns. I don't have an inheritance. I don't have a ruling. Right? We don't do this king shit here. And then they have the no kings protests. Like, isn't it fun when you say stuff and then it seems like there is a real world vibration off of it? Yeah. But you can't think that you had something to do with anything. That would make you crazy. Right. If I was so important to American society and they were just like riffing off of all my ideas, they sure as fuck displaced me. And I have no idea where the fuck I'm gonna be. How would they? You know, I guess like they're done with you then or something. You know what I mean? Like, if you were supposed to somehow be, yeah, a secret hidden oracle or whatever you could have thought. No, I am really tired. I don't know what time I should sleep till. Cause I gotta figure. I need to sleep enough for my brain to kick back on. Cause right now I'm too tired to make a calculation about storage units and getting there and paying for it and how many trips you're gonna have to make and what you should put in the storage unit. I didn't end up washing. Right, that's so incredibly stupid. Well, I mean, if you get a storage unit today, you can go back to it tomorrow and put more stuff in it. Tomorrow is kind of the point. I guess that's true. Yeah, see, it's like that like logistical stuff. I just need like 2 hours. And then immediately like need to find a unit, I guess. And commit to whatever that's gonna cost. And hope, yeah, oh, thank you so much. At least your phone is free. Yeah, when it works. That thing that just popped. Oh, my face is covering the. Never mind. I got a notification that said my monthly allotment of minutes and stuff is there. It's like unlimited talk and text, but only 4.5 gigs of data. Um, and then the thing cycles around, and like I can't always just make a call or like I have it has like dead zones all over the place or something. I don't know what's going on. And it has to be hooked up to the internet if I'm gonna do like Google Voice. So yeah, it puts me in a precarious situation where like I maybe in the heat of the moment I don't have a fucking phone. Like or somebody tries to call me and I didn't get it. It's not connected to the fucking network. I need to lay down. Just being tense like that, like, did something to my muscles. Um, oh my god, yeah, I know. My brain is like, dude, you don't have time. Like, because you need to get the storage unit, and then, like, yeah, you're gonna have to take your stuff and put it in a thing, and then put it somewhere else that you can't get to it, where it means it's like a variable. And right, and it's just like there's kind of like stuff everywhere. Um, right, and I didn't really get the cart fixed. I mean, yeah, definitely bring the broken one first. Um, Like, look, you were completely right about things you've ever said, and we just want to like make you fucking like choke because we're mad that you were so right. And that's all there is to it. Just like someone's mad you were right. Yeah, that's exactly how stupid this is. How much like you could really use this fucking mattress thing at the shelter to sleep on because the bed's honestly sick. But like, yeah, I can't fold it up tighter than this. No, I am not. And you lying into my eardrum isn't gonna change that. You fucking psycho. Stop screwing with me. Yeah, I think this thing has to go in there. I don't know, some profound thing to say, like, the world's worst war was waged in a way that no one knew who was fighting who. They didn't know who the sides were. They just felt generally attacked. Yeah, but this is somebody's idea of a big fucking joke the whole time in the first place. That you would end up in this situation. They think this shit is funny. Someone let people openly fuck with me in a way that you should have been able to see from outside. For 5 solid years. Yeah, there you go. Oh, but you can't think it's that, because that thing doesn't go by your house. Yeah, maybe what it is the little train that was almost in the way. It made the thing beep. What makes more sense? The train, the little truck. I didn't prevent anybody from doing anything. Being here, like, that's a really ridiculous notion. That somehow they've just been like waiting for you to leave so that they could do something. Like, right, I need to pack that bag. I need to find a way to carry around an umbrella in a world that hates umbrellas. Yeah. Hey, genius, when you're uncomfortable, it's like your body saying something's wrong. When you're cold and you're wet and you're like, this sucks, it's because, like, that's not the ideal situation for your fucking biology, you dumbass. No, we want somebody that encourages people to hurt themselves. That's what we wanted. Yeah, I don't know. Like, is it incredibly stupid? Is it the one pair of sweatpants back away? I mean, I need to wash them. They need to dry. This is a problem. I think you decided that you're at least gonna, like, take this card first, right? My back's already tense. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the idea that you're gonna end up hurting yourself in some way that you'll need fucking surgery for. And the first night that I was at the shelter, um, the lady was talking about she needed surgery but didn't have a place to rest, so they weren't going to give it to her. Like, that she needed to get a place that she could recuperate, or I guess they had decided that it wasn't worth giving her the surgery. this wasn't supposed to only put out this far. It's just gonna get wet in a weird way and trap all the water inside. Yet you have to do it right, or there's no point. Oh my god, you stupid bitch. You're right, I didn't take pictures of everything. I don't have time for this. God, I want to fucking prove so bad whether or not those are real fucking sirens or not. Some asshole that is just like deliberately fucking around or not. There's gotta be some fucking way. Like, yeah, there was no dispatches. It makes no sense that they were over there. It makes no sense that they would run the fucking thing. Something. My back is seizing up. So, oh. And that is why I can't just be a fucking janitor right now, like, immediately. What was that, like 20 minutes of doing stuff? Fucking kicked my ass. I don't know. Everything is a risk. Bringing the laptop around, I have no choice. But that, like, yeah, just get bumped the wrong way, and now it's broken. Oh, for fuck's sake. This feels so fucking dumb. Well, it's like, what are you gonna need in what situation? Like, a worst case scenario. I mean, it's like you can't prepare for anything. They both have. Yeah, but that one's cord is really fucked up. And now it is 9 a.m. Oh, go home and let your sister just pawn all of your stuff like she wanted to in the first place. I mean, there wasn't even the money she was looking for in my stuff. So. that's what it was about. Right, this thing has an SD card. Which, for all of the fucking SD cards that you fucking have, that's this device. Doesn't, right? Doesn't. This old. Right, this thing could take a SIM card. So it could technically be a phone. Is what is up with you. I guess I'm just gonna have to carry it all around. for so long. This little MP3 player. And used to be in my car. What the going on with this? Oh, it's the jack for the headphones. Well, that's great. Yes. Good for you. It's safe. Um, it takes one of those stupid. Be sure I have safe notes for this on my computer. I didn't connect. Battery low. Is it charging? It's like battery's so low. I don't have time. I really don't have time for this to just to figure out suddenly if things even work. Yeah, I can feel the way that I don't have time. These are supposed to be like extra little battery things. Oh, and they're both that older version of the. It could take hours to charge that thing. always gonna have my own thing, like being the speaker of the project. Do you not have a power cord that goes with this? Oh my god. Does it? No, yeah, I think you're missing a power plug. You can't plug this fucking thing in anyway. I hate you. And I hate that well-timed siren fucking thing. I want to take it and throw it in the fucking ocean. I mean, like, you make it seem like the fire department's like watching me in my room. You're disgusting perverts. Did you like overhear that? Get a fucking life, overpaid asshole. Yeah, you really got way too much money and nothing to do all day. Okay, well, technically this plug fits in here. So, I mean, there's that, I guess. It's like, dude, the fire station is right there. Yeah, okay. Whatever. 5 years of the fire station's right there, my ass. Yeah, and if nothing else, I mean, the other people drove you crazy on purpose so that you would have this like maladaptive. Maybe it doesn't mean something now, but it did before. You know, that's a problem. And they did that on purpose. It does make it seem like they're in some kind of fucking cult. Yeah, you remember people saying they were volunteer firefighters? I mean, it's not like there's no connection. Sorry, what are you doing? Put it in the bag, dumbass. My back is sore. I wanted to go back to sleep. It's gonna be 10 o'clock. I still haven't actually bought. What is it? Is like Super Bowl energy. It's like rah, oh, rah, oh. Sound of that funny thing. This seems so incredibly dumb. Oh, here it is. Because I just got used to carrying it around with me. This never even came with all of the carbs. Stupid bitch alert. The rest of the shit's just gonna go on the other part.
Business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why.
Okay, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the amount of unspent housing money that's been discovered inside the Portland Housing Bureau continues to grow to the tune of more than $100 million. Now, that is money meant for things like affordable housing, homelessness, and rent assistance. But instead of helping people stay off the streets, the money was sitting unused and unreported. So tonight, we are hearing from the man in charge of city finances. That's new City Administrator Raymond Lee, less than 2 months on the job.
We don't feel like there's anything fraudulent happening in the city as it relates to the funds that we have.
Okay, here's how it all shakes out. Nearly $21 million are in rental services fees. Now, those were announced in November, but the rest of these are new discoveries over just the past couple of weeks. Nearly $25 million in housing investment funds, nearly $20 million in short-term rental fees, and then 4 more Housing Bureau funds that hold more than $62 million unspent, unbudgeted dollars, money that we're told was allowed to accrue over the years, but often not reported. Okay, so what is going on? Well, we asked City Administrator Lee that same question today.
I think council is aware of some of the funding we were having and some of the funding that was unbudgeted for in the previous fiscal year. No one understood the full extent what was some of the reserve funds that we had and within our bureau. And that's what we're uncovering now.
Okay, the city administrator and others have been blaming this on the city's old form of government where city commissioners ran bureaus. A consequence of that was a lack of communication between bureaus and City Hall when millions in tax dollars hung in the balance.
But when you look at the old form of government that we had, it really created this silo form of how we accounted for those funds.
So I asked him what the likelihood is that there is even more money sitting unreported in the Housing Bureau or other city bureaus for that matter, right? Like, is this $100 million just the tip of the iceberg?
I don't know if there's more unspent money that hasn't been reported in the Housing Bureau. What my charge is and what I'll be looking at, does this replicate itself throughout the city and ensuring that it does not replicate itself throughout the city, and what processes and procedures and structure do we have in place to ensure when we're moving forward as an organization, this is not an issue that comes up again.
So this could be a problem in other bureaus?
Don't know if this is a problem in other bureaus. This is the whole part.
Ruling that out.
I will never rule it out until I have a better, firm understanding of where we are in some of these reserve funds that we have as a city.
Now, Lee says the city is looking to hire an outside firm to investigate not only the Housing Bureau, but how every city bureau manages its money. Lee says there is no timeline for that happening, but the sooner, the better.
This is a key component in building trust and transparency with the public with what's happening right now as it relates to the housing fund. But this is just the beginning.
Okay, so now it's your turn. What's going through your mind? Does the city have this under control? Did anything the city administrators say stand out to you? Let us know. Email the story at kgw.com or call and leave us a voicemail, 503-226-5090.
This adorable AI companion puppy is quickly becoming the most popular Christmas gift of 2025. It provides real
I'm sick. My foot is swollen. I guess I need to go to the fucking hospital. I need to get a storage unit. I can't really afford a storage unit. I'm not going to have a place to go to the bathroom. I'm not going to have a place to take a shower. I could barely fucking sleep in the shelter I was staying at. There's no way for me to get food delivery and facilitate eating on a food stamps budget, really. The people at the library were being fucking obnoxious and mean. Also coughing all over the place. You're in the middle of somebody's territorial pissing contest. Yeah, well, I live here too. I would way rather be in my fucking apartment. Yeah, you're right. And then not have to worry about getting sick like this. Or someone fucking with me in the middle of the night. Or not having somewhere to go to the fucking bathroom. I would have had my fucking apartment if that money had been distributed. And now it's after the fact. I've lost most of my things. I might lose the rest of my things. I don't have a life where I could just start over and buy it back again. And I've been terrorized by people I can't identify for fucking 5 years. Outside of the one neighbor lady, like, she's involved, but that's about it. I'm gonna try to pay for another night at this hotel and have tomorrow. And then after tomorrow, they'd either have to put me in a different room or I can't stay here. They said they're full. Yeah, to try to ask again because things might change. But after Thursday, they said they were full for the weekend because it's Valentine's Day. I'm having a fucking panic attack. You wake up and your heart is shaking like you were running a mile. I don't know the next time that I would be put in a hotel. It's not like they can, like, at least, like, for 4 days, once a month, or so, like when you get your period, we'll put you in a hotel. There's no, like, there's issues of other people's insecurities in their lives. Like, there's nothing to say that they're even going to be around. Possibly. It depends on what happens. I've been so fucking isolated. I mean, I should have had a community of people. It all got slowly chipped away, and with like other shit, like people trying to get you to get off the internet, which I've resisted. But like, I mean, I disconnected from everybody on Facebook at one point because I wasn't sure what was like a real account. And even though I've been able to contact some people on it still, it's like it's not the way it was before 2020. Well, there would have been a bunch of people you could have asked for help. And if everybody was able to help me a little bit, and I've helped people myself when I could. Yeah, I mean, I gave people thousands of dollars. I don't expect it back, but like when I had money, I gave people thousands of dollars. It's not like I've never helped anybody. Yeah, I'm not some kind of like leech burden person. And it's sad for anyone to feel that way, but like I'm not. I don't want to feel that way. Leech burden person. Yeah. Like some kind of user. Yeah, like that's not how it is. But I do need help. I don't want to go back outside. It seems like a very pretty day. I can see it from the window. That's nice. Like I don't think you need a separate diagnosis of agoraphobia. I have PTSD. I don't. Why would you need more bullshit to go? And it's just to have to go through more stuff. I've had PTSD diagnosed since college, and now it's debilitating because someone decided to stage a fucking war zone on my street. Like, yet 13 blocks away, the first month of the protests in 2020, I thought they were happening like dispersed throughout the city. I had no idea they were concentrated over by the Justice Center, which was 13 blocks away from my street. Someone was deliberately doing shit on the street where I lived. And yet, it never stopped really. And now, yeah, go ahead and move through the town. Like, I need to go outside. Yeah, I need to be able to do things. I need to be able to do things. I need to go get my bank card. That would have been kind of like a short, smaller task. But the one storage unit that's open till 10 p.m. is 33 minutes away. Like the idea, it's going to take 33 minutes to get there. What if something goes wrong? You're only bringing one cart. You have to go again tomorrow. What if they ask for more money or something when you get there? Like what if the storage unit isn't as big as you thought it was going to be? What if you can't pay for it next month? What if you need the stuff that's in it? Like, and it's 33 minutes away. But I mean, the idea that it was open till 10. I'm on a wait list for a 24-hour bed that they said that you get to keep the bed. I was told that they're in rooms of like 4 people to a room. I guess that's a lot less than 50 people or 100 people. But the idea, if everybody's sick anyway, I'm just going to keep getting sick and I can barely sleep. They should have just waited for rent assistance. It's not even like a regular apartment building. I lived there since 2015. I'd lived there longer than they had worked in the fucking building. The people that evicted me essentially only started working there in 2024. I don't understand what the fuck IHI is doing. The people that opened the building, I've never even met them. That they wouldn't have intervened and like not evicted me. They're the actual landlord, aren't they? I feel like, yeah, I get the feeling that like they didn't even have something weird is going on and they shouldn't have even evicted you. Like they're not even the like landlord owner, whatever the fuck. Why does this even make sense that you'd have one company open the building? It's for keep like a resident services coordinator stuff, helping people not get evicted, but then the people that collect rent can evict you. And it's a separate company that they hire. They've had 3 different ones. What, you're just pushing me through some bullshit so I can say why this is fucked up? Because it seems fucked up. And then they go and they find this $106 million. I lived there for a decade. Yeah, what are they going to do? Clear the room out? And then have you move back in? No, yeah, if only you could have proved they had fucking somebody put like a camera in the windowsill or something. Because when I first moved in, you could put your whole hand in the space between the windowsill and the wall. It took months to get them to like fill it. A year even, I think, before they like filled it with this expanding foam stuff. And you know, it didn't make any sense that anybody could hear me outside in my room. Like they had put something in my room if they were able to react to things I was doing in my room. And they definitely made enough of like from 2015 to 2020, these things never happened. So from 2020 to now, it makes it feel like, yeah, there was some kind of like response or like someone was watching me following me into the bathroom, all this other stuff. They literally had people outside yelling, "Get out, go home." Again, there was like an obvious and direct, I have the neighbor yelling, "Get out," through my door, recorded. Just gonna play it again. I mean, how obvious is that? It's like a direct and deliberate attempt to make you leave your home. I always forget if it's a short. I hate that it splits them. I was down to get my groceries. And she just at me.
God fucking stop it, Gail! Stop it! I don't know you. Get away from me. Get away from me right now. And you're on camera. I don't Get away from me. Fucking thing down. Get away from me! Terrorist! I have reported you to everyone I possibly can! Get away from my fucking room! Get away from my goddamn room, Gail! Get away! Get the fuck away! Get the fuck away! You have fucked my life up for 5 years! 5 years! Get away from my goddamn room! You have fucked me up for 5!
How is that? Tell me.
I have been under duress in here for 5 fucking years! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get the fuck away from me, you terrorist!
And it started over again, yeah. It's hard. It's garbled for a minute, but she says something like, "You don't even have the cops to call." completely unprovoked. She keeps, they pulled this excuse, something about a TV. I don't have a TV. Everything is on my laptop. She's the one that started pounding on the walls in 2020 and said that she was putting a TV in with her son. For over an hour, from floor to ceiling, they were banging on the wall as if they were looking for like a spot to hit continuously, because that's what they did. And I didn't own even like a laptop or a speaker. I had a broken ass little Chromebook that didn't have a speaker back in 2020 and a broken phone. I bought the laptop and the speaker stuff after my dad died in 2022. And they've been doing this shit since 2020. I mean, that's all the proof I feel like you need. They were banging on my walls so hard it's like they were punching me. Out of absolutely nowhere. With no provocation. And then they came up with this bullshit excuse about somehow I was making noise. Which, I mean, I never got a noise complaint. There was never any formal anything about noise. You can't just like say that. You're so fucking full of shit. There's a bunch of these that say surf pineapple. I don't know if this works. Ow. I'm trying to do a thing and it's not working, and it feels, I don't even need to do this right now. I'm just, it's fine. It's whatever. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I can play the other video again too, but I've played these so many fucking times. I've sent them to management. They were put in the evidence I sent to the court, and apparently they never saw it. It's just fucking bullshit. But from January 1st of 2024, she followed me out of my unit, and that's when I stopped getting my mail. I was getting, I think it fucked up my disability. It fucked up me getting disability. They created something where you can send stuff electronically for disability now. They didn't have that when I first applied. So I mean, like, this fucking person is ruining my life.
their whole life. Fuck them. Don't even. You're the cops, bitch! Call the cops on yourself and your corrupt ass. Corrupt! She should rot in hell. She knows it herself. Stop trying to steal my life! Fucking mafia bitch! And all your fucking evil friends, you can all fucking rot.
Where's that fucking thought process coming from? There is a police depot thing at the end of the street where I lived. They were there all the time. You'd have sirens that buzz the fucking building. Clearly seemed like people were playing little jokes and like they thought this shit was funny. And they were there all the time. And there's no one to say like, hey, someone's fucking with this girl. And like, so yeah, it's like they're all friends. They're buddies. It's their little stomping ground or some shit. Even down to this weirdness where I've pointed this out before. I used to show this to be like, oh, see how there's like a cop thing right there? And then it got replaced with a dumpster. This is the replacement image. If you click over here and turn, you get the old image where it has like a Central City concern truck and the police car. I think it's like super common knowledge that there's like a police thing right here. I didn't care. Like I've said before, I didn't have some problem with the cops as a concept before, hearing everybody's stories. And now you can't unhear them. Like, I'm not some betrayer to the people that have been obviously like fucked with by police. But I never had a problem with the cops like that. They shouldn't have a problem with me. And frankly, if the police had a problem with me, it's almost just proof that they're retaliating against people they consider dissidents. 'Cause what the fuck? But yeah, so here's this image, and it's May of 2024, right? And then if you click, they changed it. Google changed it to a dumpster and some people hanging out. And it kind of makes it look like it's not there anymore. Which, yeah, makes no sense. If you go to September, it's there again. And this is boarded up. So that alone is like really strange. Yeah, it used to have this Old Town Precinct stuff in the windows. I moved in 2015. Well, there was never like a direct action thing towards this. I watched from the internet all through 2020 because I was worried about COVID. But they did stuff at the Justice Center And there were protesters doing stuff at a different precinct somewhere else. It wasn't like on this street. Yeah, it makes you wonder if there wasn't a infiltrator sect. And that explains almost everything. And I keep, kind of bitching about the all white cars thing, but there's just like one image here that sort of drives it home, where it's like every single fucking car. Yeah, they're October of 2023. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At the same time. And when I would look out my window, it's like there would be a bunch. Like somebody's idea of a cult. I don't know. That even while I've been staying at the hotels, they sent a text to everybody, and it said like the owner of a white Volvo or something. Just by coincidence. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. I mean, this is such a perfect image to me because of like all the things in the world. What were you mad about? That I used cannabis? I'm a medical patient, a licensed bud tender, and this is a picture of the billboard above my fucking like apartment in August of 2017. Like, you're so full of crap that like. And yeah, I don't have any now. Yeah, maybe that would help the fucking inflammation in my foot considerably. It would be amazing if I took some RSO and then the swelling in my foot went down like instantly and I could prove it. Like, but whatever. Like, I don't have money for this shit right now. Yeah, the mucus relief stuff was $1.24 for 15 capsules. Naproxen little bottle is like $2.94 or something for 50 capsules. A gram of RSO is $20. It's just. Their stuff was really good. I still get texts from them. They make like peanut butter and stuff. It had a little too much sugar in it, but oh my god, what? Yeah. But I don't know, just like the most like absurd levels of hypocrisy, levels of like, what the fuck are you doing? And then yeah, I mean, what am I supposed? I don't like. Did the same woman that has been fucking with me, did she not go out of her way to tell me that she was on Suboxone? And I'm not judging her. I voted for Measure 110. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. Maybe the whole point was to fuck with me because they wanted to be a dare program. Like they were literally playing a villain so that you would bitch about people like, I mean, at least some people just can't handle their drugs. And they turn into monsters. And to me, that clicks together with like the way that I grew up. Our drug counselor at MHS was this like hippie guy that had done everything that you could ever do. That was their whole like thing. They'd done everything. You could talk to about whatever. We had kids that had done like heroin at 13 and stuff. Totally not wild and crazy. It's just like part of life. But it was definitely encouraged to like not use drugs. There was a zero tolerance policy. I remember stuff like if kids got caught, they tried not to go to the cops and give the kids a second chance. But like, you know, they checked our bags when we came in from breaks. They like, it wasn't, you really weren't supposed to be doing stuff. There was a story of kids that smoked a joint on graduation day and got caught and lost scholarship money. Yet half the point of going there is they give you money for college. So you're scrubbing toilets since you're 10 years old so that you can go to fucking college. But yeah, to me, all of this, and then what, you set me up in a fucking apartment building with certain neighbors and certain stories to create a narrative that fits your fucking idea of controlling everybody's life. And to say something about the entire dynamic, the narrative of homelessness on an overarching, stereotyped, overgeneralized way, where it's almost like constant that people must have done something, look the other way. Don't feel too bad. Just don't be like that. Don't end up in that position. And then there's like, you know, ideas of what the fuck was going on in their life, and then that's why they're homeless. And again, it's all stereotyped. You don't know people. You don't know their individual stories. I've known that. Like, I didn't have to get taught that. I've like always known that. You don't like fuck with people that have nothing. You don't know them. It must have been instilled when I was really little, because I never felt like hatred, or it surprised me when I moved to the West Coast and people had shit to say all the time. And it is like they wanted to create a narrative where, like, if someone ends up homeless, you're supposed to just think it's one of these like 5 things and not care. And yeah, on the, at least what I was around on the East Coast, never said negative shit about people that didn't have anything. They're just like super poor. Yeah, something went wrong. It's not necessarily their fault. Was like the how I was raised. Um, of course, yeah, at MHS, the idea was for you to break the cycle of poverty. That phrasing was said often. Um, yeah, well, maybe the cycle of poverty turns out to be a fucking like genocidal scam that forces people into that cycle. And that's what you need to break. It's not even about like generations of being poor the way that you thought about it before. It's about generations being stomped down that K shape thing that I've had all sorts of theories. It's like you have a wealthy family and somebody that's considered a rotten branch, or a whole group of people considered a rotten branch. That you have somebody that pissed off someone with wealth, or a company, or the government, or the military, or like something that's powerful, has resources, and kind of there's no authority to keep them in check. And you made them mad, and like that's why someone's getting stomped down. You made them look bad. You didn't. Yeah, they want to look good for their legacy. Um, it's not like, oh, this person just doesn't know how to manage their money. Oh, this person had a drug problem. Oh, this person just like makes friends with the wrong people, which is totally bullshit when you think, especially from like a religious perspective, and you think of the perfect pastor and how, or Jesus or something, and how they're supposed to be friends with everyone, a therapist, a doctor. There's this role that people held in high esteem play, and they would be courteous and able to have a conversation and able to be among anyone on the planet. So for you to act, oh, you just talked to the wrong people. You got mixed up in the wrong, you are who your friends are bullshit is like guilty by association, human rights violation shit. And the idea that like, oh, now I have to pass judgment on people and choose to be alone because I don't even know what they're doing. I just don't want any. And like, someone's going to judge me because of who's around me stuff. And it's like an isolation technique. Yeah, there's literally a song that's like, you are who your friends are, or whatever. It's like, bitch, I could have talked to anybody. You don't want certain people to organize and be friends because then you can't make them fight. Yeah, the idea you made a whole bunch of people paranoid too, that they do something that maybe not everybody would like. And now what, they're trying to run you out of town because they're paranoid of you. I'd happily be by myself. You just leave me the fuck alone. Yeah, I don't fuck with anybody. Don't fuck with me. Well, the idea you can't have a job to the people that you interact with, like every job I've ever had. Yeah, I've been a cashier a lot at a lot of different kinds of places. Cleaning, I was usually by myself, though not all the time, but usually. And there was still somebody that would show up and like fuck with me at work in the middle of the night. Yeah, I have to, I feel like I'm giving my stuff up to somebody else, and I don't know, and there's like no way to keep it with me, and there's nowhere safe to sleep, and I'm having a really hard time today getting. I know I've said this, but like I voted for Measure 110. So either you hate me because I voted for Measure 110, because I thought if it was done the right way, which it wasn't, they should have done it the same way they did a dispensary, where stuff is tested, regulated. It doesn't have to have pretty packaging, but there's like a processing to it. It sounds like, again, I didn't go outside, but it sounds like they just had people show up and give them who knows what new chemical their government fucking made up, even. Like, the awful notion that, like, they actually exterminated a bunch of people with some kind of, like, research chemical. Because they said something when they showed a line of tents on the news and said something about how it just got really quiet. Like they had drugged them all with something. Back in 2020. I know it's like I couldn't save files and things the same way that I could do now. But so I just remember this. It created a narrative in my head that it was like an extermination thing. And the idea even that all this coughing, if I hadn't gotten sick at all, the initial theory was like they're smoking something and it's deliberately bad for them. And that's why they're having that cough. If it's not viral, like you can't pass it on to someone. Of course, now I'm sick too. So I don't think I haven't had anything. But yeah, yeah, and I don't want anything either. Because to me, If it's not weed, it's a research chemical at this point. You have no idea. And weed from a dispensary. Like, right, that it turns out too, for me to even apply to apartments, they're asking me if I currently use or have anything. And I have to say no on the application, which is crazy. Yeah. Because it says state or federal, like very specifically on the fucking thing. It's like, well, I don't have any weed, so. But I'm a licensed bud tender in Oregon. Make it make sense, bitch. It doesn't. Like, if I could find a dispensary that will let me sit down and maybe just like, yeah, roll joints in the back with they have the machines now. They don't really do it by hand. With a face mask on or something. Like, even if it's for like not the full pay that they would give somebody or whatever, like just enough to like. But I need to be able to like sit, and I don't want 1,000 interactions. I can't handle it. Like, yeah, both like biomedically and mentally. I just, get to be the peppy, happy, whatever person is not. Give me a break already. Um, but yeah, what I could do for work. The idea of work, like, it's like too much too fast. Just like my swollen fucking foot. Like, what I like literally have to get hurt to prove that it's too much too fast. You'd have to die to prove that it was too much too fast. Like, yeah, I think Measure 110, I don't think I finished my sentence there, that Measure 110 was sabotaged. It's like, even, I imagine this character of a person, someone I don't know, that like indulged in anything they could while everything was legal. And then they ended up in like, yeah, a perpetual limbo state when they rescinded it. And now it's like they're living in a prison. And like they did stuff that they wouldn't have ever done, but it was legal or decriminalized. And how fucked up that would be. And now nobody can go to the cops for help. Everybody's yeah, and that's what makes you paranoid. It's not even the drug, it's people fucking with you. Um, a social order that is against you, and you're at least aware enough of that to become paranoid. I think that happens with alcohol is like a good way to like you can. It happens with porn. Yeah, and I don't want to do sex work. And the idea that that's been like a forced fucking concept. Again, not stigmatizing sex workers. You do you, boo. But I don't want to do that. Yet sometimes I think people took advantage of me and then wanted to make it seem like I was okay with it after the fact. And now that's what's been going on. But I keep saying if there's like a recording of me somewhere, it should be really easy to prove. Like, it like made its own evidence that I didn't consent. Yeah, just totally stupid. Yeah, when I was in my apartment, I used to be like, yeah, okay, this camera right here where my fingers across that's the only camera. If there's like another angle or something, I didn't put that there. Yeah, if there was ever like a Big Brother in the corner camera that like shows like a room from above or something, that wasn't my camera. And yeah, people, I do think orgasm is like you eat, you shit, you shower, you orgasm, you sleep. There's natural bodily functions that are necessary to existence. So somebody making it so you can't do those things is a human rights violation. And it seems like that's exactly what being homeless in this situ is doing. You can't sleep like you would. You can't eat like you would. You can't shit like you would. You definitely can't masturbate like you would. You can't shower like you would. It literally is like all the boxes. And you did this to me because you didn't get money fast enough when you knew that I needed assistance and I was disabled. And I provided that documentation for years. And I also told you that my neighbors were harassing me. Because I could have been protected also from that. You should have fucking waited for assistance programs. I lived there a decade. So there's also an obviously established history where I was able to live there for a decade before you fucking showed up. It's the only home I've ever had, bitch. Like, what, you came out of a house with your parents? You got your first apartment? You got a family and you live in a house together now? Have you ever been homeless? I didn't have a family that I grew up with like that, ever. I lived in group situations. I did chores. I had a merit system. I earned a college scholarship. And then I went to college and I lived in a dorm. And then I moved here. You still never had a house. The first apartment didn't even have a kitchen. It was a bathroom and a room. That apartment was the only place I've ever lived that was mine. It had a kitchen and a bathroom and it was a studio, so it was a box, but no, I'll never fucking forgive you. You probably have, memories of growing up in a house or something. My grandmother died in front of me when I was 9. That's as close to living in a house that I've ever been in. Then there was foster care, and then my dad lived in an apartment. Never lived in a house. He's dead too. I never lived with my mom. She wasn't legally allowed to have custody. Who the fuck was trying to make you go to she's not allowed to even have custody of me. It does. Sometimes it feels like people built a nightmare around me. Mm-hmm. A thought of you think it's a coincidence that everybody doesn't talk to everybody else anymore? From MHS. You had the most diverse population possible. Yeah, most people were Christian. Most, not all. On a philosophical level, it wasn't really that diverse. But on other levels, it was really diverse. And it was unique to have so many people. You're all poor. That's the whole point of going to the school. And somebody broke that shit up. Mm-hmm. If there was a split, it was also on a line of people that would say, I would be nothing without the school. versus people that would not say that. And I used to be somebody that said that. And I stopped saying it and have progressively gotten more and more like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Yet what the feudal system is. Yeah, the entire point of the social anarchy, social orphan anarchy character. It's like I was supposed to say, please help us, Daddy Warbucks. And instead it's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? And that's maybe why I'm even having problems. Because someone does not like that. No. Right. Yeah, again, what am I supposed to do? Go tell you to go watch Wreck-It Ralph? Fire trucks. Yeah, what door does that open with the fire trucks, Laura? Well, you got my first set of house parents telling me that there were cameras and microphones in the fire alarms. Wee-oo. True story. And then I confronted them about it with two other people in the bathroom. We were doing chores. I know there were two other people in the bathroom with me. And they were like, the house parents were both in the doorway to the bathroom. And to my face said that they never said that. They gaslit me. They did say that. And they did gaslight me, saying they never had. Why? I don't know. But that's like the first thing I think of with the fire trucks. Then there are random somebody was a fire chief, somebody was a voluntary firefighter. There was a story about having one of our students die in 9/11. I thought they were a firefighter, but apparently it's a forgotten name now. We had regular fire drills at school. It was never a big deal. I don't remember them at college at all. And then I think that's it. And then you fast forward to 2020, and from 2020 through, it kind of stopped. I don't know if there was one in 2025. If there was one, there was only one. Oh, when they posted a notice on my door, they set off the fire alarm for a solid minute, and I have it recorded. But from 2020 through 2024, the fire alarm must have gone off 10 times a year. It was like 50 times total, getting up to 50. I kind of lost track after 30. But so now I think it's like 50 times the fucking fire alarm went off with no reason at all. That shit is terrorism. And I mean for the whole building, not just like in somebody's unit. And for no reason. So, yeah, Wii U fucking Wii U. Right, and then what else happened? One of the city council people's home fucking burned down. You don't think that's important? Of course, I think that's important. They were the only one that I even recognized from 2020. Like everyone else is brand new. They could have fallen off a spaceship and just said they were here. I wouldn't know the difference. That one person was the only one that was like vocal and present. You could follow them online. Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. Yeah, why the fire department? It's some fucking Fahrenheit 451 joke. And like you're supposed to find them on tag. Yeah, I mean, the name itself is relevant in a way that's like, I don't know how to explain it without like, it's literally someone's name who's been brought up a few times. I don't know them, I never met them, but their name is Montag. And it's also the character in that story that is supposed to be like bad guy turned good guy. Yet something also about trying to turn people into stories, whether they're books or movies or whatever, like some deranged like level of we're going to find out what stories you know and make you live them out. I don't know. Yet maybe it's a writer's thing, though that seems like really niche. Like all this shit is happening to you because you had a degree in writing. Well, if I had a degree in computer science, what would you do to me then? Like, no, I don't. Yeah, that's just let that theory go. I don't know. It just crossed my mind. It was something Biden said too about like he went out of his way to say something about how character is destiny. And then he was in that Community episode. Yeah, something through Hollywood and politics. And yeah, don't forget Portland is like supposed to be some refuge from Hollywood or something. I couldn't care less. I don't care if you're famous or your daddy was famous or whatever. I don't give a shit. Are you a nice person? Are you going to be like mean to me? Like, I don't, that's all I give a fuck about. Yeah, go choke on a chocolate bar. You want to act like you're, whatever. Sorry, I got delighted at the thought of having like a secret hidden family, but I don't actually have one. So just like making me have fantasies that aren't real. Again, I mean, I guess that's the definition of a fantasy. It isn't real. Well, you could say it would be so nice to feel like someone secretly has my back. Where the fuck are they then? Am I putting off the inevitable? It's almost 1:00 in the afternoon. It seems like it got more gray than it was this morning. Like you missed a nice. Well, no, never mind. That's just the curtain, actually. Yeah, it's like a fucking gorgeous day. Yeah, it's just the curtain made it look a little bit more gray. I need to find. I, uh, I hate this. I keep spinning in a circle about it. Do you understand how much this doesn't make sense? Yet, what if. There is something where I don't really want to leave downtown. I feel like that's where I'm at. And the other parts of the city are like different cities. Maybe I'll get over it. I mean, I used to cross the bridge and walk up to go to work in 2019. It was a 40-minute walk 40 minutes home. I used to be able to do that. And I was cleaning and, walk 40 minutes cleaning for between like 4 and 7 hours. It depended on the shift, 5 and 7, I forget. On Sundays, it was longer because I had to clean this like pub area that was closed down. And then walk home for 40 minutes. But yeah, I just feel like it's like stay downtown. You're gonna get slowly pushed like out and out and out or something. This one place that I found that's open till 10, the fitness center that's nearby specifically told me I couldn't go inside with my cart. So like you'd have to, and it's supposed to be in the event of like you don't get a shelter bed for some reason or you lost your bed. Because it's like if you get it the first night, there's like a dedicated thing about keeping it. Yeah, again, I'm on a wait list to get like a 24-hour bed where there isn't a time I have to come in by. I don't know how safe, like, if it's the kind of place you can leave your stuff. Or like, no, you always want to have your stuff with you. never leave your stuff anywhere. It's either locked in storage or it's on your back, or forget about it. It's gone. I have no idea. You can't just assume people are going to be nice because you're nice. But anyway, the place it's a 33-minute max ride. You'd have to go there, get this stuff to sleep outside out of storage, sleep outside with nowhere to go to the bathroom, put it back in the morning, and then when you only have a backpack on you, go to the fitness center because they won't let you in with the cart. And then you can go to the bathroom and take a shower. And the idea that I'm not going to get sick, no one's going to fuck with me. I mean, come on. Like, right. I feel so much better because I'm eating ginger. You think you're going to just be able to like have the stuff you need all the time? I doubt it. I didn't deserve this. It's like this is supposed to be punishment because you didn't pay your rent. That's not how this happened. You have a dedicated building for vulnerable people. I became disabled since 2020. You knew I needed rent assistance. That's how I had been surviving. You dropped the ball on me, and you should have even been there to say, oh no, it was the city. They were hiding $106 million fucking dollars. We'll wait. And they'll redistribute this money, and then we'll get all of our fucking money, and you'll have your apartment, and you're waiting for disability assistance, like, or some other, yeah. What about this short-term rent assistance or the long-term rent assistance programs where you needed to do coordinated fucking access to get me in? Why did I never get into this coordinated access thing? For years, I asked about it. That's a bunch of bullshit. I've lived in Portland since 2012. I didn't just show up here. Not that, again, yeah, it's like, does someone not deserve help if they just came here either? No, I'm not saying that. Just the same as if I say, like, and I worked and I paid taxes, and you sure as fuck got a lot out of the cannabis tax from me, which used to go to the police. It doesn't anymore. They changed it. That was the only thing they changed. When they did like defund the police, they changed where the cannabis tax went. Yeah, I think they changed it to like ODOT, weirdly enough. But you know, because you're supposed to be able to say this stuff, like, I'm a tax-paying citizen, blah 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 blah. But I mean, I think you still deserve help even if you weren't. Yeah, for years, I honestly thought maybe somebody destroyed the IHI part of my building. They like disappeared. They have not updated their Facebook since 2023. Is like one, you know, I don't know, man. And then, yeah, you go to about and staff, and it says they're updating. It said this for 2 years now. And contact us. This is the main person, and I've never met them in person. I also don't have any emails from them until like 2021, where they said someone stole all the keys to the building. Point blank, period. Let me reference the... There's always a chance something happens and you don't have access to this anymore, so I want to put 2021... One of these... Yeah, been asking for camera checks for years. Just, I mean, at some point it was just a document that I had asked because they weren't. Saying that the building has a 99-year lease. Payment plans. Hold on. Hello. Yeah, someone broke into the storage units. Apparently, I haven't been down there, and I assumed someone stole all of my stuff that was down there years ago. And that's its own separate, like, fucking issue. I don't have a way to deal with it at all. I don't even know if there was anything down there. We didn't even go downstairs when I got evicted. There was too much stuff already to deal with what was in my apartment. I think mostly it was like old t-shirts and papers and some like art supplies. The building had been filled with roaches at one point. Like, I was really not excited about whatever could be down there. I would not doubt for a second someone pissed on everything, because like there were stains in the hallway by my door. Like, people were gross and mean. Here you go. November 22nd, 2021. Changing the locks due to break-in, theft of all the keys for the building. Period. And that was like one of the first times they ever emailed me. What email was that? Fake notices. Okay, so that's... I have to remember... I've saved it, yeah, a bunch of times, but... Yeah, this is the first email I've seen from you, February of 2021. Is the first email I ever had with them, and I lived there since 2015. So that's what I'm saying with this. And then this address is different. Like they changed I don't know what this is called. What is the part of the email address called? Let's just say, what are the parts of the email address called? The local part is the username, @ the domain. So it changed the domain. There you go. And this person doesn't work there anymore for years. And I don't think this person has ever emailed me back. Just automatic replies. Oh, right. I mean, how many times you've emailed the city of Portland, you've emailed city councilors, you've emailed senators, you've emailed the ACLU. I mean, come on. Either they weren't getting my emails because someone was fucking with my internet, or like, these are all automatic replies. But at least, yeah, paperwork slid under the door, at least from like 2020 until 2024. The people worked with me to get rent assistance. They did stuff over research, over the internet. They didn't try to evict me. They didn't seem like they were lying about me. They straight up lied about me and said that I was a hoarder, that I was a self-described hoarder. I'd never talked to them to self-describe as anything. I'd never had a conversation with them. How could I couldn't describe myself as a robot. Like, and they showed up at my door with a buzz saw. Like, I thought they were random guys trying to break into my apartment. No, I think people have like a sad formula for ruining someone's life. They make them seem crazy. They just say whatever. It isn't even about that person. They'll just say the same things about somebody. Well, I'm not a hoarder. There's nothing wrong with me in any way. I have PTSD, and you made it worse than what it was before 2020. It was like a totally different kind of PTSD for different reasons before 2020. And then it's like some military asshole showed up and decided to try to give me what they thought was real PTSD. Because no one ever took me very seriously in the first place, frankly. So, and I mean, I don't need to, what more do I have to explain? Operation Diligent Valor. They literally had military people here conducting operations. Like, It's not something that's in my head and I just like thought so. It's where's that ACLU? Protesters were beaten, shot, and abducted by feds. Settled their lawsuit. It's not some, oh, that girl just watches too much TV. Like, what the fuck? What's really sad is that they have said that about people for decades that probably had just as legitimate of a reason to think certain things, and they act like they have tinfoil hats and no reason or basis to like. And now what? I mean, do you know how much harder it's going to be to have this conversation again the more tired I get or sick? I'm clearly healing. I can hear it in my voice. But my voice is like another octave lower than it was. Oh, good thing I'm saving everything all over the place. Yeah, I guess so. It really, to me, is like hiding a diary for 100 years from now. If no one today is going to give a shit. It's like the only thing I could do. And maybe I'm 90% right and 10% not so right about whatever the fuck comes out of my mouth. But I mean, it's definitely enough correct that, I mean, why shouldn't that matter? I'm sure I'm not the only person. They're just going to make it so you never interact with somebody that's been in the same position. I know, like, what interactions have I had since I left the house? Was forced out of the house. You know, people that wanted to joke about strip clubs, which was kind of fun, but, you know, they're on a different frequency. That's what they're like. Yeah, they literally said, why don't you go dance at the club? And you want to try to go to a strip club, was like their immediate thought process of like what they wanted to talk about. There was somebody that had like a fuck ice hoodie. That was kind of nice. Because political and aware and not just like on a different frequency. I guess, yeah, being sexually loud is its own kind of human rights thing, but, you know, whatever, too. It's half and half. Yeah, it depends on the angle you come at it with, and they just were like talking about having fun. It's not like they were talking about workers' rights or something. What else? Yeah, well, finding a bathroom was like a big deal immediately. What are you gonna do? Piss yourself? I mean, like, it's a very practical problem. And then if you are like, you're not, you know, you're not supposed to urinate in public. Of course, you've seen people do it, but like, are you trying to force me to pee in public? Because, like, what the fuck? Um, yeah, how is that not its own like weird exploitation thing too? If you like you get off on making people fuck you, man. Like, um, yeah, crimes against existence. What else? Well, no, you can't even like, oh, you're too poor to live here. I wasn't too poor to pay my rent 5 years ago. Like, I went to work. I was physically able to work enough to at least get my rent paid. I was poor with no hope of it getting better, but like I was subsisting, and you like shoved me farther down so that I couldn't work. So, yeah, fuck you. And whatever the fuck COVID is. And then also terrorizing me on top of it, because maybe if that hadn't happened, eventually you would have like, but it was both. Noise. How much fucking noise they've thrown at you. Um Thought process. Just got derailed. Isn't that funny? I have to pee. Oh, yeah, what conversations? Anybody's talking about what? There was a woman at the library. If she hadn't said a slur out of nowhere at somebody, she might have been okay. Maybe it was even interesting what she was doing. But just like out of fucking nowhere, she said like homophobic slurs shit at somebody. You know, you didn't want to be anywhere near her. And then accidentally started talking to her in the fucking library because I didn't know it was that person. They came and sat down next to me, and they had a cart. And so I was like, oh, where are you staying that you have a cart with you? Didn't get an answer about it. And then eventually figured out it was the same person that had been outside being like kind of awful. And then, yeah, they did. It's like they went out of their way. It was her and someone else. And like, then they sat like around me and then talked around me. And I couldn't think. I mean, it was really fucking annoying. Yeah. Um, um, but yeah, what they started going off about how housing was a human right for 5 minutes. And it's like, if I just hadn't heard the homophobic stuff, it would have been kind of cool what they were doing. But anyway, what else has anyone talked about? Oh, there was the girl at the shelter that said she did germ magic, and some guy had hurt her, and and then he got sick, and she thought, and I'm like, you know what you're telling me is like the worst thing you could be telling me. Like, I don't know what your threshold is for somebody hurting you. I'm sorry that, I mean, if he really hurt you, of course, like, you deserve empathy. But for all I know, maybe, like, who knows what the fuck happened? And then you're telling me that you got him sick? And, like, I have not left my apartment for 5 years, and I'm sitting in a room full of people coughing, and you're like, ha ha ha, you do germ magic. Like, it definitely wasn't about human rights in the way that, like, you'd have liked it to be. And then telling me that, and I mean, on a psychological level, if I was a therapist, I get the idea of, like, okay, they learned to cope with COVID by feeling empowered that they could somehow control germs. They said something about giving them an offering to make the germs not hurt them. And again, like, on a psychological level, I get the coping mechanism. I'm not judging them. I don't think they're stupid. I see where they would get this. It's like you build your own mythologies to keep yourself safe. It's where religion came from. You're just, like, doing it by yourself. You know, it is part of, like, a human instinct, because when there's nothing to protect you, even as an atheist, your brain goes into, like, please no, please no, please no, prayer mode. It's a stress reaction. Or, like, in that one video when I'm, like, holding up my phone at my neighbor saying, like, this is God looking. I thought the camera was on, was also part of that, and it wasn't. I was just really stressed out and, like, you know, having a stress reaction that doesn't really make sense. But yeah, to me, a satellite is like a man-made eye in the sky. There's that God you were talking about that's going to see anything happening. I literally mean it when I say I hope a satellite follows you the rest of your life. Because, yeah, I mean, if someone deserves to be paranoid, it's people that thought this shit was okay. I have nothing to be paranoid about. I could have lived in the light. I could have walked the earth, like, as myself. I had nothing to be paranoid about. You fucking derangedly did fucked up shit to me. You should feel paranoid. Of course, that doesn't really help, does it? Because if they're paranoid, they have a negative reaction. It doesn't really help anybody. You should wish them healing or something instead. And again, like, wishing something for someone is another, like, metaphysical thing. Even as a humanist, though, there's no other language for that. There's no, like, secular language for, like, yeah, wishing and hoping and believing or wanting the best for you. Like, Right. I'm trying to, like, was there any possibly connective thing to your experience? And, it makes more sense to me that there's people, they went to college, they have college debt, and they have degrees in social work or psychology, and they would make so much money if you opened these mental centers, hospitals, or whatever. They would have jobs. It means jobs for them. And then these people, and this is like decades of stuff, driven crazy on purpose. Crazy as in like unpredictable, not logical, uh, not very functional, myself included. I mean, that's what, like, it's not helping anything, and I can't help spin in this circle, but like, it's like you drove me crazy. And I don't feel like I can make a definitive, like the storage unit thing is a good example. I'm completely paralyzed mentally about the storage unit. I need to just like put the money down, go to the thing, put the stuff in the box, I guess, and deal with it and not. But I don't even think that's logical, actually. Because logic says if you can't pay for this next month, you just lost all your stuff. And it's not even next month. Like the one place, at least, it billed it out to like March 1st. It's not even a month. Like when they want more money. And then it's just like they stole your stuff and you can't keep it with you. Yeah, and then feeling you're being dragged down to zero for somebody's like fucking amusement or something. That your stuff's not worth that much. It's not like, oh, they thought they'd steal it and make money. It's not worth shit. Everything's really old and broken. And has, stickers all over it on purpose. Because it's mine. Like, um, I didn't have shit growing up. Fuck you for taking anything from me. Go fucking scrub a toilet. I don't. Make a bed with hospital corners. Yeah, just. Get yelled at by some house parents. Yeah, just whatever. Anyway, but like the idea of, if they opened up a mental hospital again, that they gave themselves work. And then it's like they're literally like, it's like having a law firm that causes an accident so that you'll end up needing them as a lawyer. Yeah, stuff that's not supposed to happen. And all that money to give somebody their own apartment instead. At least like 75% of those people could probably just be in their own apartment and it'd be fine. Yeah, maybe there does need to be a certain structure for some But I still imagine them having their own like unit, and there's just on-site services or something. They just might have a little more trouble. Even my dad was like borderline. His life would have been so much better if he'd had a friend, even. Maybe he didn't want one. I don't know, but right, you can't pay for friends. That's never going to be your friend. It's going to be some person that's kind of prying into your private life that doesn't necessarily care about you like a friend was supposed to. That's a good point, yeah. Well, I'm just thinking of like, yeah, well, I mean, it does come at a profound sense of loneliness. I have like an excuse that I'm streaming. I can put all my diary entry, protest, activism, essays into my stream. And this is totally socially acceptable. You know, there's another lady that like she holds something in her hand so it looks like she's talking on the phone, but there's no earbuds. It just to help to like make it seem like she's on the phone or something. You know, it's like that maybe they could use a little more help. Yeah, I don't mean it in some intrusive way. Yeah, if it was before the age of the internet, would that not be the same thing? Like, how would I have an out? I'd write in a diary instead. It can be so hard though to like focus and write, and then I had 42 notebooks that got left at that apartment. I could not take them with me. I'm able to save like a year of my archive of streaming and my essays digitally. You know, it's a totally different universe. And it doesn't feel like I wasted my time. It's all work. I was working. Yeah, you can't call someone crazy the same way. I guess the point I'm trying to make is like maybe people never were crazy the same way. They just did not have an outlet. And then eventually, like, speech patterns corrode because there's no one to talk to. If you do this thing where you just like, you have a conversation in your mind and you only speak out and not fulfill, like, say the other side of the conversation, now you're like just floating thoughts. Now, like, it's like, as if to say somebody would respond, and you like learn how to bridge the gap verbally, and you don't seem crazy at all. It's just a communication issue. That's such an annoying sound. But yeah, it's just an issue of communication and like learning how to do both sides of a conversation that you're having with yourself, which is totally normal then too. It's not crazy at all. You're just like thinking things out and processing them alone. I think, yeah, people taking advantage of that and then calling you crazy. It's like saying that you're crazy for blinking. Like, oh my God, you blink so much, you're crazy. And how stupid that would be. Oh, I'm sure it's just a total coincidence that they got one of those beeping backup sounds outside my fucking window now. Milton Hershey School wants you to go back to Hershey, PA, because you're sure as fuck not going to Massachusetts. I'm not going to Hershey, PA either, bitch. You need to get over yourselves and get the fuck out of my room. That is literally what that sound means. It's the sound of the van backing up. These fuckers might as well have gotten paid to harass me. Choke on a chocolate bar. Yeah, how much more you don't want to leave the fucking place now because, like, there's some asshole outside. Look, we're just like mean-minded, simple people that like to jump on anything we can to make fun of somebody. We don't really care about the truth, and we were never going to be therapists. Yeah, we don't really care about any of you. And we make $100,000 a year just being kind of assholes. Beep, beep, beep. Wee you, wee you, wee you. Don't jerk each other off at your fucking cult meeting. She said I was a narcissist, and apparently my family controls the entire planet. So now we have to make her seem like one. You are an annoying shit. And more of a narcissist than anybody could have ever been. If that's the case. Go tell your fucking family and have something to talk about at your reunion about it. Leave me the fuck alone. Yeah, I've literally known people that said they themselves were narcissists. That was supposed to be the narcissist test. If they themselves describe themselves as one. Like, it's just another clinical thing. I'm not one. I don't want to be one. What I have is PTSD for the millionth fucking time. And the only people that don't care are somehow trying to just say that their life was worse than mine. As if I'm taking attention away from their struggles, which I am not. Or they fucked me over. And it doesn't look good for them. Which is a whole different problem. And that's why they don't want me to identify as having PTSD. Because it, kind of proves they fucked up. No self-awareness or empathy, so they don't even care if they're identified as a narcissist. I think these all have a different context, but whatever. Like a good one here is bad parenting. Like, I needed something. You said no before and then you said yes. So I learned to just ask again. Maybe you'll say yes later. Or I am really desperate and maybe conditions have changed. You couldn't help me before, but you could now. But I think this is the bigger point. Like, if you said you were going to do something to help me and then you said you couldn't, and I'm upset because I was like needing your help, that's not the same thing. Yeah. Though I try to be understanding and not entitled. Because, like, I needed your help. It didn't, maybe you can't. I understand. I was lucky you even, like, responded to my message. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah, this entire point kind of got lost 20 minutes ago. I mean, there's like one task I could complete today, I think. I should do that. That's fun. Right. I mean, I have shoes for the shower. I don't want to wear them outside, right? Like, that would kind of defeat the purpose. They're like indoor shoes. The sneakers are okay. It looks like it's dry and sunny. Right, today probably would have been the smarter day to bring a thing. What is the issue? Well, I mean, first of all, someone else said they would pay for the storage unit. Clearly, I'm going to pay for it. Maybe they will pay for it next month. But like finagling them to pay for it is like, I mean, well, that's just a point of confusion. And it could be anywhere from $60 to $70. It depends on which place. Yeah, that was part of the issue. Is like where. Um, they said that they would get me a lift, but honestly, like, what good does that do me if I can't get there without a lift? I need to be able to get there like on the max, not the bus. Obviously, it's not gonna work. Um, yeah, it seems like why is this so difficult? Because somebody tried to deliberately design it to make it like the places are not 24 hours. I think that's obvious. Like, so that you couldn't maybe like stay there if you had to and it was raining and just kind of like lock yourself in your storage unit. Yeah. I mean, that's got to be why they don't run 24 hours. That this is all a dependency thing, like not dependency on substances. They want to make you dependent on somebody and so grateful to them, like on purpose. Oh, if I could have just proved, yeah, that they were fucking with alternatively religious people, for example. Either whether non religious or alternatively That would have been such an easy, like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, there's also that thought. Like, there's a lot of people that work in a facility. You just have to get connected to the right one. You get connected to the wrong person, and they do have some agenda or whatever. But the person next to them might not, and they work for the same place. I mean, that's not good if the thing doesn't connect to the. Maybe you have to go to web. Well, I want it to update, and it's not gonna update. Yeah, there you go. Right. That is what I wanted it to do. Cool. Yeah, that sound is different than normal. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Come on, Laura, complain to city council. Tell them how hurt you are. Keep doing the same thing you've been doing and see if they care now. I mean, it's not opening. Okay. What the fuck was that? The stupid water jug? God, I fucking hate this thing. I don't know how to make it so it just like popped out or whatever. Not do that. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh. It seems fine. It doesn't look like it got weird. It wasn't used. There's nothing to like stick it in. This is not pressing the button. Oh, sure, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, terrible. It's too small. Well, yeah, let's put it in a bag and have cheese in it. That'd be the dumbest fucking thing we could have done. There's the plastic wrap. What's the point of this? I don't know. I bought these and they have filters, and it's like I don't think I necessarily need the goddamn filter right now. I don't know if I should save this one. It's like it was sitting in the water for. It doesn't smell moldy. The other ones are like brand new and dry. Um, just feels really stupid because I gotta bring in the other one. Oh, was I so dumb because like I cared about? You know what? That just what sat around and waited to vulture off of the stuff that I bought. That must have been what you were doing. But the only thing that really makes sense at this point. The fact that they like evicted me at all. Yeah, it is really hard to have fun when you're feeling attacked every fucking day. So you can't even be like, well, you barely used your stuff. That's why we only gave you your laptop. I mean, how would you know what I used? How would you know like anything in my life? If it like that has to be proof in and of itself that you're like stalking me. Proof in and of itself. Proof in and of itself. Proof in and of itself. there's no like right clicking and there's no. Log in, go, and it just won't let me open that page, which makes no sense. I need like the direct login or something. Oh my god. Yeah, right. It's like you're trying to put this there and then like right, that's what I was trying to mean. Like what is mental wellness or mental illness or a certain kind of issue is like you're not being functional. And well, I don't have money to be functional. Okay? Because functional like a sense of security, a sense of like predictability, a sense of like I do this and this will happen. And I don't have the money to be like for sure. And that's what's making me so dysfunctional. High speed dot. It says login failed. HTTP. Oh, you suck. Still says it. Because like you're already logged in or something. Pineapple hospitality Wi-Fi. Surf pineapple. Surf the web like you never left home. God damn it! I just want to update the goddamn thing. Connect my dots. There's got to be like the name of the web page after this or something. Like connect. Yeah, this is a panic attack. I can't breathe. My heart is shuddering out of my chest. I'm freaking out. Noise is getting to me that shouldn't matter. Um, uh, try to I mean, and then like literally preventing me from just getting the fucking room for another night then too, because thanks so much. Okay, that's nice. They'll give you a lot. Oh, now I'm dealing with the plans from $5 a month. That's not usually how shit works. To build. Is that kick off tree? What is the No, I would love the day that you admit that you had something to do with the situation, and I'm not going to really respond to. Whatever. Oh, you can only buy certain. You can't use it to get a hotel room. Yeah. Maybe someone responded. I don't think I get. No. That's kind of embarrassing. Could it snow in Portland next week? Jesus fucking goddamn it. Great.
Lots of news to cover. We're going to talk about the editing files being unredacted. We're kind of time admin in there. took a look at the file and found some names in there and started leaking them. Woke is here. We are starving Cuba. We'll be talking about that, of course. And Venezuelan oil is not being directed to Israel rather than Cuba. We'll talk about Ghislaine Maxwell pleading the fifth and a lot more, and why there aren't any repercussions for any of the financial pedophilic criminals, even though seemingly in Europe there are some repercussions for being affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein and Morgan. And now let's get started. We have a lot to talk about. Let's go.
Noise outside. A lot of it. What, did you bring your personal fucking dumpster out here? You would. Someone got pulled over at the intersection. Where's the stupid sound coming from? Well, could there's somebody sitting in the car.
Morgan & Morgan is standing up for consumers with a powerful new lawsuit against Kraft Heinz, General Mills, and Coca-Cola. The lawsuit claims that these companies make ultra-processed foods addictive and target children, leading to chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes and fatty liver disease, conditions once rare in kids but now affecting thousands. Internal documents reveal how they allegedly use science to hook children on the harmful foods. If your child has been diagnosed with one of these diseases, you may have legal options. Morgan & Morgan fight for the people and for the families. They've helped thousands seek justice, and they're ready to fight for you too. Take this quiz. It's so easy and takes 5 minutes. Learn more at For the People.
Wasn't there some whole thing about not having traffic cops or something? I missed that. Yeah, disbandment, shorting staff, blah, blah, blah. They disbanded the traffic division. Citations plummeted 72% because they had other shit to worry about. With a full-time motorcycle officer. I wonder how many times they drove around your apartment. Also had the highest record of traffic deaths in a decade. That's not good. Relaunched. Now has 15. Ghost cars, street takeovers, safety benchmarking. I wonder what this guy at the intersection did. See, like, that would be a seriously, like, both racist and stupid problem. Like, there's people here and they thought that you were part of a certain, like, regime of, like, shit in Portland, and they thought blah, blah, blah. And you thought, what, asshole? I'm a social orphan who has nowhere to live. That's what I am. I paid attention to the news and you were stalking me and you thought, what? You're a fucking idiot. So yeah, they're following you around to make you, like, they wanted you to look out the window when they pulled somebody over because they thought that you would, like, give a shit or something. Bro, I'm homeless. You fucked my life for 5 years. You owe me. That's what I think. Goddamn psycho bullshit. No, it's like you got, like, thrown into a story where you didn't even know who any of the other characters were. Yeah, I think I'm stuck with a bunch of fucking liars. Yeah, find out. Let me find out where this money came from. That would be fucking amazing. What story they will tell anyway about where the fuck that money came from. No, you're not. There's no uproar or revolution or sudden like taking to the streets because they probably made all those people leave. Where is that? Yeah, they making people homeless. They would have gotten help. Made them homeless and then made them leave. So they're not here to bitch about, hey, I would have still been housed if you. It spent $7,981 on travel costs. One of the tickets was $1,417. Where are we at with the hotel stay? How much money has gotten spent on that so far? Maybe that should be like reimbursed. No, come to find out, that's where the money's even coming from, and she's pretending that like that would almost be. It's no, that's not funny at all, actually. Right, and then what? She's gonna pretend that there's not enough every 5 days, and jerk you around about it. I'm just upset. Yeah. Well, we don't have a
Mayor
story.
Keith Wilson is sending unhoused people back to their families. What happens next is anybody's guess. By Senya Scott, August 27, 2025, 6:22 a.m. Pacific Daylight, Saving Time Mayor Keith Wilson. Allison Barr, Portland Mayor Keith Wilson, won the 2024 election running on one promise: ending unsheltered homelessness by 2026. His unabashed determination to reach what longtime politicos said was an unattainable goal resonated in a city that has seen the number of people sleeping on the streets rise steeply over the past decade. Since he took office, most of the spotlight has been on the piece of Wilson's plan that's most public-facing: opening nighttime shelters across the city in churches, vacant storefronts, and old office buildings. He's opened 4 city-run shelters so far, and is close to opening another 2, while receiving the customary backlash from those living close by. But another tentpole of the mayor's plan to end unsheltered homelessness has received less attention. Perhaps that's because it doesn't require obtaining physical spaces in neighborhoods tired of tents. The mayor is giving unhoused people bus and plane tickets to travel back to their loved ones out of town. Wilson calls it reunification, arranging homecomings for people with families and friends in their cities of origin. At a July 28th town hall in the Pearl District, Wilson waxed enthusiastic about the strategy. The lowest cost form of housing is connecting someone with their family, Wilson said. Starting December 1st, I expect 14 people per week to be reunified. 700 people next year to be reunified. I know because they do it in Boston, they do it in Phoenix, and it works. As is typical of the mayor, Wilson gave a precise number, 14 people a week, without explaining how he had arrived at it. If he's right, the practice would make a meaningful dent in Portland's numbers. Multnomah County counted 7,541 people unsheltered in July, which makes 710% reduction. So far this year, the city has reunified 53 people with family members or friends out of state. That number comes from Rob Lane, spokesman for an office called Portland Solutions that runs point on homelessness for the mayor. The city has purchased 9 flights and over a dozen bus tickets to states in every corner of the country, including North Carolina, Oklahoma, Washington, California, New York, Arizona, and Florida. See chart below. It has spent $7.981 on travel costs, with tickets ranging from $22 to $1.417, according to a city spreadsheet Lane shared with WW. Wilson's plan to reunify more than a dozen people a week with relatives in other states goes hand in hand with the mayor's ultimate goal to shelter every single unhoused person by December 2025. But it's been far less scrutinized, perhaps because they are persons in distress going out of state rather than moving into a neighborhood near you. But a closer examination suggests that in some regards, Wilson is not following best practices that other cities have employed to ensure people stay housed when they move back home. In particular, Portland breaks from other cities' programs by largely ceasing contact after a person arrives in their new town. Lane defends the scope of the city's work. We remain confident that following best practices of conducting warm handoffs to family, friends, and community is critical to ensuring long-term success for reunification participants, he tells WW. The city's program is not a ticket out of town, it's a connection to family and ticket home to meet them. Portland city officials have sent unhoused people to live with family and friends in these cities. Source: Portland Solutions. Design: Sophia Mick. Reuniting unhoused people with their loved ones in other places is not a novel idea in Portland. Multnomah County has contracted with the nonprofit Transition Services to run a program covering such travel costs since at least 2016. But Wilson is talking about shifting the strategy into overdrive. In stumping for his approach, Wilson points to data from the county's annual point-in-time count that shows 26% of respondents who answered a question about where they were last housed said they were already homeless when they moved to Portland from out of state. Whether Portland attracts homeless people from elsewhere because of its abundance of homeless services is a matter of great contention among both current and former elected officials. He has also offered emotional anecdotes. One such touching story Wilson shared widely on his social media channels was of a formerly houseless man named Giovanni, who was returned to his home in Brooklyn, NY. A friend accompanying Giovanni to his mother's apartment in Brooklyn captured the reunion in a shaky video published by the mayor's office in an April press release. The video showed Giovanni's mother crying with joy as she embraced him. The mayor's office touted it as an example of just how quickly the city could reunify someone with a family member if the person wanted that reunion. Wilson said in a KGW-TV interview about Giovanni's tale that it was one of the more heartwarming stories he could recall. City Shelter Services would not provide contact information for the Brooklyn man, saying, quote, Giovanni needs some space and privacy for the time being. It's hard to know whether the people the mayor's office has reunited with loved ones in other states have remained housed. That's because the city stops tracking and checking on them as soon as they arrive at their destination and once they're picked up at the airport or bus or train station. The city says it's because officials don't want to overstep once the person has left. These are individuals who simply want to go back and live with their family or friends and need help doing so, Lane says. We don't intrude on their life after that. But such a hands-off approach, say homelessness experts who practice reunification in other cities, has its risks. Those experts say the key to reunification is ensuring that the person has the resources to remain housed in their town of origin. That could look like a grocery stipend or rent assistance, a caseworker helping to replace a lost ID, or connecting them to local resources. Jack Hardin is chairman of the United Way Regional Commission on Homelessness, based in Atlanta. At the behest of then Atlanta Mayor Shirley Franklin in 2002, Hardin fundraised for and opened the Gateway Center, a massive shelter at the site of a former jail. Upon clients' admission to the shelter, Gateway case managers ask them where they come from, what their relationships with their family are, and if there is anyone that might be willing to take them in. If there is, the case manager contacts the family member. If a relative is willing to take a person in, case managers have a few $1,000s at their disposal for rent assistance or other financial support, the case manager facilitates the reunion. Once a person is reconnected with family, the case manager stays in touch with them for a year to ensure they have everything they need. It's only after a year's worth of regular check-ins that the case manager ceases contact. It doesn't mean sending someone from Atlanta back to Portland, Hardin tells WW. It doesn't just mean sending them home. And then follow up. We follow up periodically for a year. Hardin says case managers are expected to take the success of a person seriously after they leave Atlanta. You own this person's success until they're successful, or until you've had a warm handoff to someone who says, "I got it from here," Hardin says. The idea for our case managers is, this is your problem, you own it. Jessica Berg, Chief Program Officer for St. Vincent de Paul in Phoenix, oversees a similar program there. She says Phoenix utilizes a database to stay up to date on where reunified individuals are. It also checks the Maricopa County data system to see if people have returned to Phoenix. After 2 years, Berg says, for all of those whom we help to rehouse locally or send to another city for reunification, 93% are not in the system. Amy Schwabenlender, who works for the Phoenix nonprofit Keys to Change, does outreach on the other end of reunification, making sure that formerly homeless individuals stay housed. Staff call the person that they would be reunifying with to ensure that this will be a successful reunification, Schwabenlender says. If assistance is provided, then staff follow up at 60 to 90 days. More than 85% of people assisted do not return to homelessness. The last contact Wilson's office has with a person is ensuring they've made contact with a social worker or clergy member at their city of origin. Once that's been confirmed, the city doesn't proactively reach out to the person again. Lane says Portland doesn't have the resources to do more. The scope of the homelessness problem in Portland is one of the largest in the country, he says. It requires intense outreach to make headway with individuals that have high acuity, are experiencing severe behavioral, mental, and/or addiction issues, as well as those that are particularly service resistant. Although we would like to maintain contact in a more formal way, our outreach team needs to triage more emergent and proximal issues during this crisis. City Councilor Candace Avalos says she would like to see Wilson's office give additional support to people arriving in their towns of origin. She sees reunification as a tool that can work in certain circumstances. I do not think we should anchor our policy on it, she adds, because I think there's a broader concept here about reunification that we need to get super clear about. A lot of people, especially those from the LGBTQ community, end up homeless due to being kicked out by their own family. Sunya was born in Evanston, Illinois, but has lived in Southwest Portland since 2015. When she's not in the WW office, she enjoys going to the movies, posting on Letterboxd, vintage shopping, and listening to Frank Ocean. She mostly covers Portland City Council news.
Yeah, now what? It's 3 p.m. Right. 41 minutes by train. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm so like they're not gonna fucking help you. They're gonna drop the ball on your face. That's all they ever fucking do. 20 minutes. It says Broadway hardware. I'm not sure that's a storage place. Oh, it says storage. You literally just called to have a fight. You do that all the time. What are the access hours? She was enough. Not the right thing. Um,
For branch hours and location, or to hear about services at this branch, say or press 1. If you are calling for your balance and recent transactions, say balance or press 2. Otherwise, please say in a few words the reason for your call today. For example, you can say things like open a new account, request a cashier's check, or access my account.
talk to someone.
One moment while I connect you with a banker.
looks like an item. It goes like right to the place though. This is probably there's a storage place there. And yeah, you have to get up this tree with the cart. 6 miles. Money for something I don't even know. Oops. Well, that's just straight up $50. You don't need a block or that's all the butt fuck way away from here. Is it there? this place. Yeah, that plays like better hours. Before I am midnight. $16, my ass. Yeah, that is part of like, so almost all of them do this. And why the fuck are you gonna super trust something where it's like common practice to tell you a number that's obviously not gonna be the number at checkout? Like, it totally says it would be $16 and not 76.22. It is such a huge fucking difference. I don't even know the size. Yeah, like you get there a 5x5. Like, I think it would be fine for what I have. I mean, and yeah, the idea that, I mean, if it can fit a box, then you can just fold up. No. I wanted hours. I mean, they're open 6 a.m. to 10. Stupid thing got in the way. Did it again. That one didn't do it. Okay. That's $32. This bitch is trying to kill me. You know what? I want a doctor to tell them I died. See what they do. I was absolutely right. I got sick and I died. You didn't fucking listen to me for 5 minutes. You think that you're gonna give me exposure therapy. You're a fucking psychopath. My stomach is fucked up. Storehouse mini storage. I don't even remember. Insurance. No. Really? Yeah. Right. Yeah, just tell them I died. They probably won't even care. They'll be like, can I have her stuff? I want to sell it. We just thought we could fuck with her for the rest of her life. Yeah, I really like needed to put the stuff in storage. At least like half of it tonight. I don't think I can push both things. Um, that was half the point of a lot of stuff. If I get another room, or if I get a room for one more night, then I guess that's the best possible scenario. It looks like a storage place called me that I didn't even apply to. Just the stress alone is making you sick. Yeah. Congratulations. Figuring that out. Is there going to be a second one? For 7245. US Bank. Right, like I can't get like a credit card or something. I would have. Well, on one hand, it's like, oh, it's gonna ruin your life. On the other hand, I mean, at least I could have maybe done like the hold thing or something. Without her. 25.19, and it doesn't have. I just spent money at Walmart. But it's not there yet. Uh, um, 1995. So yeah, it's like down to almost exactly 100. 125.19. 105. Right, it's like you needed what for the hotel and what for the fucking storage unit. And people are tapped out. Like, it's not like you can expect them to be able to send you more money. Oh, shouldn't it piss you off too? You mean like if I had been begging you for help before I got evicted, would you have been able to like help me? Or like no, it's like, dude, you were hurt and they kicked you out of the house. You know, that's out of your house, out of your own home. Yeah, I was supposed to know. Well, yeah, it does. It's like I'm not gonna kill myself, but I see why somebody would jump off the bridge. I mean, I have nowhere to go. I have nowhere. This was my home. I don't have someone to go like live with. I don't have any situation that is like desirable. It feels like someone's just gonna try to steal my shit anyway. Like, no matter what, like, that's all they fucking care about is stealing your stuff or hurting you or something. Yeah, making you sick. What's the point? Yeah. You're somebody's idea of a little joke. And you have been for 5 years, at least. I mean, I just had an apartment, and now I don't have somewhere to live. Yeah, some demented monster thinks that they're like collecting souls or something. Be cursed, asshole. Yeah, this one curses you forever. Yeah, most of these blackberries were bad. But the ones that were good were pretty good. Yeah, again, if I'm ever found dead and anybody gives a shit, I was murdered. I have no intention of killing myself. I'm just saying that I see why somebody would go ahead and like super fuck this universe and all the shitty games it plays. Yeah. I wonder if I broke stuff in my foot. It really hurts on the side. Yeah, don't you think that's kind of funny that your sister's not like, I don't know, using her medical expertise to be like what you should do about your foot? It's just like 2 times the size of my other foot. Like, no big deal. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be factoring into anything. The idea that you made it so that she was the only person I could talk to, that was by design and was slowly rolled out over years of like her doing shit I don't know about. That's what crosses my mind. Yeah, she used to have an email address that was like "Good Guys Win Wars" or something. What war did she ever fucking think she was in? Maybe I should just ask her, because that is very strange. Yeah, I think she was absolutely like pretending to be crazy on the phone just now too. Like she is like perpetually 14 years old or something and trying to like get over whatever in this life, like any out that she could ever fucking like. That's what it feels like from her. Yeah, in some way I don't care. Whatever, bitch. Like, you said you would help me. Are you gonna help me? You needed to pretend to be incompetent first? Like, what are you doing? I don't. Yeah, if I hadn't felt like she was around this whole time when she wasn't supposed to be, I would feel different right now. If I seem entitled or ungrateful, it's like, I think you played a giant part in what happened to me. You're just not admitting it. So, and yeah, what you explicitly said you returned most of the stuff that I bought you. So you got $2,500 from me and all the shit from my dad's house. Like, I bet you have pawned everything that you could already from whatever the fuck was at my dad's. Yeah, really, it's just like looking for more stuff in the first place. Yeah, she's yelled it in my ear before. She could have pawned blah blah. She could have pawned it. She pawned everything else. I mean, that was like explicitly said. It's not. I don't have anybody else to call for help. Oh my god, if you just knew somebody and they're like, well, you could like edit some papers for me and I'll pay for your hotel room. Or I don't know, what the fuck, anything. It's just not like sex stuff. I mean, frankly, I'm not the kind of person that you would try to be getting sex stuff from anyway. But like, I mean, anything besides that. Yeah, I'm really not the type in the first place. So, it's weird, but. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, the more this shit happens, the more it's like I look old and feel old and like my face is melting and couldn't be less fucking attractive right now. Yeah, there's still that apple. I wonder if it's bad. It seems like a decent apple. make some tea with it or something. What, at least I'm here tonight, but now it's like even more kind of dire. Do you see yourself getting on a max and going for 30 minutes tonight? I mean, that's part of the problem. It's so far away. It has the best hours. And, like, but yeah, I don't know. Going that far away is making me really nervous. And I mean, what you're walking around, what looks like kind of like a construction depot. I don't know, man. I don't know how sketchball that area is or anything. Yeah, the part of me is like, what are you talking about? They kept trying to make you think this place was dangerous. Like, they went out of their way to try to make it seem dangerous. And Portland was one of the safest fucking cities in the country. It's almost like they needed to make it more edgy for like a rep than it was ever like fucking dangerous. It was full of like hippies and stuff. No, I never felt like I was the head of anything. I don't know what kind of psycho got confused about my station in life. I was never confused about it. I'm not the head of anything. That's what war does. I don't know what to do right now. Because I'm stuck waiting for an email that might never come. What? I mean, what? Yeah, what was it even about calling me to tell me what? Like, you just wanted to act like you were kind of out of it and don't know what you're doing? Is that what you did? Is that what that was for? Oh my God. Like, yeah, what you guys taught me is that some people play incompetent to try to get over on stuff. And there is like a general human level of like, I am tired, I am stressed, I am not thinking my best right now. Like, of course I get that. But then there's also like almost like making yourself stupid on purpose. Yeah, to me it screams like you fucked up. You fucked up real bad in a way you're not admitting. And I've already said it feels like, I mean, they literally were like, it felt like they were screwing with me somehow for 5 years, and they're not supposed to be anywhere near me, whether we were talking or not at the time. And it's just so interestingly convenient that they're the only person you have. If everything feels like disgusting and set up, and yeah, I just wish I belonged to somebody else that was never gonna do weird shit to me. I don't belong to you either. Exactly. Like, do I feel like I got absolutely nothing done today now? Kinda. I was tired when I woke up, and then I had a panic attack from like 10:30 in the morning until um oh my god, this abuse of the word love is making me want to vomit. Why was it even in the Love Fat Tuesday? Oh, there's all this like cool, amazing stuff where you used to live. Aren't you just like, oh, that's right, you were disabled and couldn't leave your apartment. Right. So I get that, like, almost like literally made you worthless to people. Humans for housing. Yeah, it's like you didn't even exist. It's weird. Yeah, that the blip says Love Fat Tuesday. I don't see. anywhere the word love, find. Or, yeah, specifically said Love Fat Tuesday. It's not there anywhere. It's odd. Four a.m. to midnight. Yeah, I just haven't been there before and I have no idea where I am. And I don't really have the strength that I need. What made a noise? I don't know. They literally just said that they'd at least authorize the card for another day and then like ditched. What is making sound? Is it this thing? Right, so I mean, technically, I think this is like a $40-something unit. It says 32, but then you have to pay. Right, this says 15. This says 10. How much is it? Oh, yeah, how much more unattractive you are. Who the fuck would want to hang out with you even? Like, you're sick. Like, even if you had, like, regular fucking friends in regular fucking life, like, you're sick. Stay away. Like, till you get better. What, they have a home to live in? Yeah, whatever the fuck they're doing. They said themselves they've never been homeless. Yeah, there's nothing there. It is 4:52 p.m. I need to cut the recording off if I'm gonna save it. Yeah, it's a lot of bitching about people, and you could be like, oh, but they helped you, and you're complaining, and it's like, oh, come on. A lifetime of shit. A shitty lifetime of shit. You can pretend you don't remember all you want. It's like a lifetime of shit. And if I could just prove even that you had something to do with what's happening right now, I mean, how much I don't owe you anything. I'm not being a bitch. It's not a war. You're not like, oh my fucking god, stop. Whatever like stupid notion that you are like perpetuating. Or someone is perpetuating for you. Stop. I'm really not interested in dying for somebody's idea of like winning something. Whatever the fuck you're doing, stop. You know, universal human rights and shit. It's funny how no one gives a fuck about it the way that I do. No one in my world gives a fuck the same way. I wonder why that is. Maybe, yeah, I mean, people that have helped me care, but like, what is my world right now? Like one person? Everyone else is gone, missing, they helped me, they can't help me anymore. Now I feel like a burden. If I could just prove anything. I'm just gonna restart this.